What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Transparency. Idaho4 Bryan Kohberger exposes his plea deal and defense tactics. Here we go. Last night, this is what was written up. Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State v. Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago. And its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Now, in his affidavit, I want to point out misinformation versus disinformation. Big difference. Bryan Kohberger uses words very selectively. You know, he's had how long to think about this? And he uses the word disinformation. And I want to talk about that to kick things off tonight. He was coerced, and then he said disinformation with false promises and withholding of exculpatory evidence, right? Well, disinformation versus misinformation is all about intent. Intent. So, I wanted to break this down for you guys. Disinformation, misinformation is false or misleading information that is spread on purpose to trick people. Disinformation, intentional deceit, malicious goals, coordinated planning, all the things that would go with disinformation. Intentionally misstating the facts. So Bryan Kohberger is saying that with his immediate family right there, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion. Disinformation. Very important. Thank you. Yes. Happy hour every hour. Dis this.
Dis and miss.
Dis this shiz. So it was one thing to come out, Bryan Kohberger saying, hey, ineffective assistance of counsel all day, right? That was to be expected when people say, like, I knew he was going to do this, yada, yada, yada. There is no way in hell, okay, that anybody can come out here and say that they were expecting Bryan Kohberger to literally lay the fuck out Ann Taylor. But maybe it's not Ann Taylor. He had a couple different lawyers, but again, disinformation, not misinformation. Not like, oopsie. No. Bryan Kohberger believes that there was intentional deceit, that there was malicious goals, that this was a coordinated, planned effort. It's all about intent. All about intent. So Bryan Kohberger makes that known. And misinformation, in case you guys did not know, is spreading by mistake. You know, without any intent to trick people, you provided, misinformation, but it was not, you didn't go out there with that purpose to, I'm going to create some bullshit. So, now, again, disinformation down here. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. So thank you for all who believed in my innocence and continue to critically analyze. So this is the only part that I want to really point out is this critically analyze. We've been critically analyzing the case since the jump. We haven't stopped. Okay. And critically analyzing the case is just that. That's my intent, to critically analyze the case, a case that every time we critically analyze it, all we keep on catching is disinformation. This ain't motherfucking misinformation. This is disinformation. Just recently, Dee Dee's interview. That is so deceptive. That is bullshit. They wanted to put that out there that Dee was in that 424 car. Bullshit. Why? Why? We know it's not her, right? This law enforcement agencies involved in this case knew how critical the 424 car was. Just about as critical as the 429 car or SUV. Liars. That wasn't an oopsie, a mistake. They didn't go and verify that she was at work or left work. They didn't do shit. But that 424 person, whoever got in that vehicle and left, the cops knew how critical and how material it was. So, these are some serious shots. Now I'm going to play something for you guys. We're going to go back and forth between old stuff, new stuff. And we're going to take us back to April 9th.
And Vallow and thought, this is a great idea. We are at the end of our rope doing everything we can. And I know about what Judge Boyce did. And I have to come to you and say, you need to do this too. This impacts Mr. Kohberger. I can't not bring this motion because somebody might think I was waiting to the last minute. I can tell you we weren't. We weren't. We've been working as diligently as we possibly can work on this case. We have understood the court's...
Have you gone to Judge Monson to ask for additional resources?
Well, Your Honor, we do have an additional resource. We recently added our attorney, Ms. Barlow, to...
A team of another 5 or 6 paralegals, for example, to go through stuff.
I can definitely do that. I don't know.
Oh, was I muted? I'm not muted anymore. Whoops, muted back. My take here with Ann Taylor is I think she has a great answer with this because I can hire 5 or 6 people, right? But how does it get into my brain? I can't do that. I can hire 5 or 6 people to do like bitch organizational work, right? Go through stuff and how are you going to be able to even tell me what it is? Sometimes, I mean, I guess like here, get the name of the date, the person that's being interviewed, the interviewee, okay, and start labeling stuff. But me hiring 5 or 6 people as paralegals, as he says, she's over here like, how do I get that into my brain? That still takes time, right?
How that puts the information in my head fast enough, but I can definitely do that.
Having litigated many very large cases, you have staff to tell you.
Okay, fuck all that. This is not like any other case. Having litigated other large cases, this is an unprecedented amount of material. That's what they keep saying. An unprecedented amount of material. And Hippler's just over here like, I'm just like, Ann Taylor breaks it down when I wanted specific answers as to, we got all this stuff at once, more or less, right? We got all 314 reports at once. We got all the MPD shit or the ISP reports at once. Ann Taylor didn't get that shit like that. So, I mean, that's just not reality.
It's an important document, and then that comes to your attention from the, as you pointed out, the gigabyte or terabytes of probably pointless video cameras that nobody's ever going to rely on, that don't show a thing.
How do you understand how, again, in Ann Taylor's defense there, how the fuck do you want me to answer that without completely insulting this man? Completely insulting him.
If I'd had a team of 5 more paralegals that understood the case already, that would be one thing. I certainly can ask Judge Monson for additional resources. I certainly can try to get somebody to understand what the issues are. I don't have a problem doing that, but that doesn't change where we are now. That doesn't change the things that have come up that have impacted our ability to prepare. I understand that the court has said this is the trial date, it's carved in stone, and I've done my best to adhere to it, and I'm here now saying that the death penalty needs to be struck so that there's fairness to Mr. Kohberger. The remedies for the court are to strike the death penalty and to have the state give us a list of Brady documents and the documents that they want to rely on. This is a huge amount of discovery, and we don't have the same resources of the state.
You get a list of the documents here in terms of exhibits in the next few days, I would imagine. I'm not sure. April what is that date?
Well, it's just a little over a week away. Ours are due the same day.
Well, but there's things on there that you didn't anticipate. This is a process where there's the ability to add things by your part. If there's things that you didn't add, if you discover something else in there. But the point is, you will know generally the universe of documents the state's going to rely on in 2 weeks.
I will know those. I will know those. And when I produce mine, the state will know what I can rely on, but I don't know what I don't know yet.
And it sounds like you would never know what you don't know, given what you told me it's going to take, 18 billion years to get through.
Well, I don't think it'll take 18 billion.
I mean, this man is a fucking ass clown. 18 billion years to get through. I mean, that's not what she said. She said it before that an expert told her they'd go through the third-party cell phones, 3 years.
Years, Your Honor. I think that...
Well, it was several decades, as I recall, is what you'd said, or several hundred years.
I can promise you I won't take several hundred years, but
You see my point? That's what you said it would take to get through that of an individual. I have a hard time taking that at face value because that's not a realistic answer.
My realistic answer, Your Honor, is that we were working, and we still are working diligently, but the discovery was one of the biggest things that we were doing methodically, going through that discovery so that we could understand everything that the state had given us, even in its disorganized fashion. And that changed with the things that have come up over the last few months. Our entire plan, our schedule has changed to be responsive to everything else. And that's not Mr. Kohberger's fault.
Complex litigation generally, when you're in the expert phase, I mean, that's not unusual.
I guess, Your Honor, I think it's unusual when deadlines are blown by the state or not adhered to by the state, and our client pays the price for that. So I do think it's unusual. I think it's unusual to receive discovery where you might get 23 pages of a transcript and then 4 weeks later you get the rest of that transcript. We have had to match up discovery every step of the way. I don't think that's usual. I think there are things that have occurred in the path of discovery that are not usual at all. And I think things that have happened.
I guess my point is if the discovery is being provided in that way, this is something I should have heard about in September.
I advised the court that we were not.
But you had not yet gotten through things, but you didn't advise the pattern, the way you're getting discovery in terms of, incomplete here and incomplete there, et cetera. That's all new.
I agree that that's new to Your Honor. I know that we discussed a sizable amount of recent discovery we had gotten. Those issues came up prior to this court taking the case over. We had talked about the way discovery was being received early on in the case. We filed discovery request after discovery request, in addition to talking about the mismatched way discovery was received. That has been put on the record. My hope was with the state's discovery deadline, with that cutoff date, that we'd be able to pull it together. My hope has been that until these new things have happened to shift us off the course that we were on. And I'm here to tell you about it today. I think it would be a lot worse if I stood up at jury trial and you said, is the defense ready? And I said, no, we haven't read all the discovery. So this is my opportunity.
Right, that would make me happy.
Well, this is my opportunity to let you know. We filed this motion several weeks ago. So the prosecutor and the court's been advised. We have been diligently trying to get through it all. We can't. It wouldn't matter if I had 10 more people right now, given the shortness of time with that. But I know that there are remedies the court can take. I understand I'm going to get their exhibit list. The court.
Okay, so Lana, why are you playing this? Why would you ever play this? Well, because if you're going to read everything that Bryan Kohberger has just put out, there is language in there that literally is verbatim from Brent Turvey. Brent Turvey talks about the hair, the clumps, okay? And when I went back to listen to this, with what we know now, okay, somebody went to Anne, right? And was saying X, Y, and Z to Anne. Like, we need to start back from the beginning. I need to look at this. Where is this? That's what it looks like to me. Is that Ann Taylor was on a path. And then right after 2024, going into 2025, you had the hearings in January for the suppression hearings. But you have strong movement after that point of somebody getting in Anne's ear to say, who did all this research? Who went through all this material? Ann Taylor says that she basically read through, all the police reports and stuff like that. But Ann she's being vague about shit. And I was always wondering, like, why? And what I see now is this is in April, after Cy Ray would have came out and done that scathing fucking, what do you call it? His affidavit at the end of March. Okay. Then I wanted to know why. Why write that? Why wasn't that part of the suppression hearing? When you're trying to suppress this information, why wasn't that affidavit accompanied in that and testifying at the suppression hearing? Why are we bringing that up at the motion limine? Well, One of the answers could be that it wasn't until Ashley Jennings wants to write on the fact that they want to be able to make it so that we can't talk about the, timing advanced. Okay? Yeah, but that doesn't change anything of the other stuff, which just because she doesn't want to, when she brings that up before that, so basically what I'm trying to get at is you guys are playing the long game. You guys are gonna play the long game and pop them at trial and show the FBI as ridiculous liars. That we want that was a trial basically strategy, in my opinion. But you had no choice when Ashley Jennings files that motion. Okay? But I still believe that you did have a choice. And maybe the overzealous of the affidavit at the end of March came because Brent Turvey and his, newfound role within the team was basically undermining the fuck out of what went on for the 2 years before he was part of the team. Does that make sense? Brent Turvey questions the time of the fucking crime. I'm in that boat. Sign me up. Put me over there. Yep, 100%. Because what are we basing the time on the crime off of? A lot of times people base the time of crimes off of things because of 911 calls. We'll throw that out, right? We're supposed to go off of what Dylan and Bethany were texting each other. That could have actually been, when you actually look at it, exactly everything that I said, which is somebody just telling you about something that happened a little bit earlier. Because after Bethany had called her to say, hey, did you hear, well, whatever truly led her to the reason why she called in the first place. Dylan kind of took over that. But at the end of the day, it's those statements. And then, oh, there's this white car. Well, guess what, guys? That white car was there the whole time that they were saying that Jack Decor was their suspect. That white car was doing that. Right? So, fuck that white car. Because the police basically said, fuck that white car. And that's why I believe one of the police officers named Jacob Tisdall came and fucking said that that's basically us. Well, we're going to go ahead and claim that. So here, what I see is, Ann Taylor was not being vocal about the discovery and what a shit show it was, and how it was being piecemealed. Hippler's making it seem like that wasn't the case. Ann Taylor definitely did say stuff like that. That's not the case. But Ann Taylor makes different comments in this 35 minutes.
In this case, as it relates to the discovery issues. We're asking the court to look at this not as a Brady violation, but as a due process violation. And it's important to understand a little bit more about the discovery to do that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Due process, baby, versus a discovery violation versus Brady violation, whatever. I look at it as, Ann Taylor, who the fuck were you getting your information? Who was doing your research? Who was telling you that there's nothing to see here at different points? Because somebody reeled you back in and said, hey, we need to go back to the beginning because there's issues here. Why are you just accepting certain things? Now remember, Cyray's issue with everything was procedurally and legally this case is fucked and Bryan Kohberger could walk. But Brent Turvey's take on this case is that why aren't you going with actual innocence? If you have 16 experts that are showing you all of this shit, and we have all these problems, and your client has maintained his innocence, and you believe in his innocence, why isn't actual innocence, like, why aren't you strongly using that? And then obviously all the legal and procedural problems and stuff like that, you don't just abandon that, obviously. That's just part of it. Right? Yeah. That's why there's all these fucking problems. So, remember, everybody got the reports. Both sides got everybody's reports at the end of January. All these expert disclosures and shit like that. So the state is well aware of what all these expert reports that we've read just recently, they had all that. And then it was after the suppression hearing and they dodged a bullet that, boom, Ashley Jennings is filing and we're going to make them not be able to talk about the timing advanced. And also we're gonna flush it out now so it's not this big papow at trial. Well, just because you think that you flushed something, then you can still bring it all up. Just because you can bring up all your positional stances and object to whatever you want and at trial. So.
First, I'll start with defense counsel's obligation. In any case, defense counsel has the obligation to meet its constitutional requirements of effective assistance of counsel, and that means that we have a duty to investigate any of the state's claims and review the state's discovery. There's a heightened sense of that responsibility in a capital case. Death is different. That's been said time and time again throughout the United States and state courts as well. So we need to be able to review all of the discovery. We need to meet that obligation, and we cannot. 68 terabytes in our briefing. I won't repeat it all here, but
I don't have a clue of what's in there in some senses, because I don't know how much of that is music, how much of that is video and movies on personal devices, how much of that is things that no reason to look at.
Well, the problem is, Your Honor, there is a reason to look at it. There are tons and tons.
Why didn't you bring a motion earlier asking for intervention to have me do other things and rather waiting to tie it to?
Okay. You guys, this is nuts. He's basically saying, Ann, why didn't you do this earlier? Ann, why didn't you do this? Ann, why didn't you do this? Why are you waiting until right now? What the fuck? Okay. If that doesn't, I mean, she goes from saying that she hasn't gone through a shit ton of things, right? And this is in April. So you have half of April, May, and at the end of May, they get another dump at the end of May of whatever material. And then you have June. And there was a hearing on June 18th, and then all the way this plea happened. And then it was just like, whoosh. Plea deal. Now we're going to go to something that's newer, because you know we got to hear from these idiots. And again, disinformation, keyword, disinformation.
His truth, what, as opposed to the other truth? My actual innocence, my truth, my plea was hinged only on, I want to read it exactly. My plea was hinged on false promises and blatant disinformation, and my plea must be withdrawn. Am I understanding this correctly that he said all this to the New York Times?
He did.
That's where this is coming from?
He sent it to the, yep. The New York Times got it late last night and made sure, of course, that it was from him and then came out with it publicly. But Nancy, going back on this a year later, when part of the deal was that he would not be able to come back later on and say he had been duped. He actually signed off saying, I won't do this. I can't do this. It's part of the deal. You know far better than anyone how the system works. The fact that we are having to discuss Bryan Kohberger and not the families or something good about what.
This is wild. Nancy fucking Grace goes and finds the clip right here. Look at.
He'd been duped. He actually signed off saying, I won't do this. I can't do this. It's part of the deal. You know.
Get the fuck out of here. This is crazy. Nuts.
Know far better than anyone how the system works. The fact that we are having to discuss Bryan Kohberger and not the families or something good about what's taking place is just beyond the pale.
And this after the Gonsalves family has created a foundation in honor of the victims. And in that foundation, the Gonsalveses are raising money to have DNA testing done on cases that are just sitting there with no movement, waiting until there can be money, time, and personnel to carry out the DNA tests. Bryan Kohberger pled guilty to 4 murders. They were worse than murders. They were slaughters of 4 innocent college students, University of Idaho. There's no easy way to report this other than what in the H-E-double-L? 4-time convicted killer Bryan Kohberger now claims he's innocent.
Okay. This is an 11-minute segment. 11 minutes. And we're going to see in this 11 minutes if Nancy Grace ever talks about what is in his affidavit. Let's see if Nancy Grace brings it up. Okay? I'm so sorry that I have to frickin' even let us listen to this. Okay?
And wants to withdraw his guilty plea. Repeat. Bryan Kohberger, 4-time convicted killer, now claims, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I'm withdrawing my guilty plea. I first got the bombshell from the victim's family. I thought something must be wrong. They're right. Bryan Kohberger seeking to withdraw his guilty plea. If that happens, please, dear Lord, bring in an independent prosecutor, not that POS that played it out cheap to start with. Joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. What the hey?
They had basically an independent prosecutor. They brought in the whole goddamn AG's office, motherfuckers. They brought in the whole AG's office.
Nancy, I thought that all of this was already settled, that Bryan Kohberger was not going to be able to go back on his guilty plea and do this to us. I mean, I say to us because we were so invested in this case. We were so tied into the victims. And for him to now come back a year later and say he is absolutely, this is what he says, an absolute claim of innocence, Nancy. It is despicable. And I cannot believe we're having to talk about him now because he's saying basically they lied to him, that he pled guilty.
Okay, Dave Mack, I think you're...
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? I've never even seen your fucking face ever in all the years I've been covering this case. Never saw him once ever. Who the fuck are you? Who is this man? You guys know I show Nancy clips all the time. Who the fuck are you? Who are you? I have no idea who you are. Who is this man? He was so invested in this case. Fuck, who is this?
to talk about him now because he's saying basically they lied to him, that he pled guilty.
Okay, Dave Mack, I think you're sitting down, but you may need to lay down for this. Why am I seeing him? Why can't I see the victims? Why can't I see Kelly? Why can't
Talk to your fucking producer. You're the one that's rolling tape. The hell are you talking about? You're the one that put these clips together.
I see Maddie, Ethan? Where are the victims? Bryan Kohberger, lay down, Dave Mack. Bryan Kohberger now claims he's innocent and wants to withdraw his guilty plea a year after he admitted in open court he butchered 4 students. He now claims he was duped, tricked into agreeing to a guilty plea because of false promises and blatant disinformation. And Dave Mack, you had it right. He is maintaining a, quote, absolute claim of innocence. Duped? What, that he was misled? What is he saying? His fleet of defense attorneys all got together to trick him?
Nancy, can I?
Why are you asking him? What do you mean? Why are you asking this man? You have this piece of paper? Read the shit. Read it.
Add something to this because there was a problem with when we saw this happen where he pleads guilty but does not really have to allocute. He didn't have to say anything. Remember, the prosecution let him off easy, and I knew this was going to happen because he didn't admit to anything really in real life. I mean, yeah, okay, I did it.
This dude comes on our channel and just says he didn't admit to it. Dude, you cannot make this shit up. He just came out on her channel and said, yeah, let's be honest, like he didn't admit to anything. That's what he just said. I'll rewind it. There you go. Here.
This was going to happen because he didn't admit to anything really in real life. I mean, yeah, okay, I did it.
In like real life, Meg. I mean, come on.
And I agree. I won't come back later and say I didn't do it, but he's doing that. And he didn't have to allocate. He didn't tell us what he did or why he did it. He didn't have to tell us anything. And when I say us, I'm not talking about the families, the victims. He didn't have to say jack. And you know what? I really wonder what Kayla Gonzalez's sister is saying right this minute, Nancy, because she would let him have it.
They put out a statement. You don't have to wonder.
Saying he is absolutely
Well, I can
innocent.
tell you this
that he was
much.
duped.
I've heard from several of the victims' families so far, and they all independently, separated in time and space, say POS. I think you know what that means. It's not a technical legal term. Guys, in the last hours, this is not just an interview, a jailhouse interview where he's like, I didn't do it. No. Post-conviction relief motion has been filed today. Post-conviction relief. What does that mean? After your conviction. Post-conviction relief. That means you have been done wrong and you're asking the court to fix it. I mean, you said that you were suspicious on day one when the state did not make him allocute as to what happened.
Why aren't we talking about what he's saying? You guys, you're a lawyer, Nancy. In what he's saying, why aren't you talking about, this is what he's claiming. What can happen here? We knew that this day could have potentially been coming, right? But for the things that he's claiming, this, nobody could be ever expecting to hear this. And if you said that you were, you're a liar. Okay? Bryan Kohberger just blew the fucking whistle. He just blew the whistle. He basically blew the whistle on the government. You want to know why I say that? Because Ann Taylor got paid from the fucking government. Who paid Ann Taylor? Who paid Ann Taylor? Who paid Ann Taylor? The state. Bryan Kohberger just blew the fucking whistle on how this all truly went down.
Happened. Was he planning this all along? He's such a little perv. Maybe he was. I don't know. But you're right, Dave Mack. You know what? I asked you, control room, to show me the victims. Now you're showing me Bryan Kohberger without a shirt on. Did you not understand the first directive? Show me the victims. Thank you. Good gravy. Show me the victims. I don't know. But you're right, Dave Mack. You know what? I asked you, control room, to show me the victims. Now
I ask you, control room, to show me the victims, and you show me Bryan Kohberger without a shirt on. Dude, what is she talking about? We talk about control room. You mean your fucking editor that's sitting right there next to you? That you guys put the running feed together so that you would be overlapping and just up here in the corner playing? That's what I'm about to put together. Control panel. You know why she's saying this, right? Because this is the way she kisses Steve Gonsalves' fucking ass. Because Steve's over here, which I don't blame him at all. Like, it's all about Bryan Kohberger, blah, blah, blah. Like, show the victims, da, 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 da. Okay? So, she's on the board for the Murder Has a Name. Of course she's, well, how about this? Don't go and make a fucking PowerPoint presentation with clips that have Bryan Kohberger in it. You control that. It's your program. It's the Nancy Grace show.
You're showing me Bryan Kohberger without a shirt on. Did you not understand the first directive? Show me the victims. Thank you. Good gravy. You've got Xana, you've got Maddie, you've got Kelly, Ethan, the names I will never forget. And behind each name is a beautiful young University of Idaho student. And behind that student, families devastated. And now it starts all over again. Will the court allow it? My guess is yes. Dave Mack, you called it day one. They did not make him allocute.
No, he didn't have to say anything in court, Nancy. He didn't have to stand up before the judge, God, and everyone watching and say, I did it. Here's what I did. Here's why I did it. He didn't have to do any of that. And to say he was duped, he got away with killing 4 people. He ends up in prison for the rest of his life, but he dodges the needle or the bullet. And yet he never had to say anything other than, oh, yeah, I did it. I thought it was gross the day it happened. You were livid. And now here we are. And he's actually pulling it exactly what we thought he was going to do. No,
you need to lay back down, Dave. You need to lay back down. Okay? Quote, my actual innocence is my truth. Those words actually came from Kohberger. My actual innocence is my truth. When somebody starts talking about words, actually came.
Nancy, why don't you read these words right here? What discovery have you gone through, Nancy? Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Why? Look at this. ... She refuses to say the most important part, which is the why. The why and this is a why that the government has never been able to give Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan's parents. They've never gotten why. When they ask why, they don't ever get answers. They don't ever get the why. Well, here Bryan Kohberger is giving you the why. Something that the state has never given anybody. The why he's doing this, why he's saying I'm going through the post-conviction process. And how I look at it is that Bryan Kohberger is a whistleblower on the government. Because what he is accusing Ann Taylor of and his defense team of, who was employed to do a job and who is paid by the state, the government, that these are bad actors. That these are bad actors, that my meetings, my attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Bryan Kohberger's immediate family. Petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. The following is material to the inception of the plea. And then he lists his 3 reasons. Number 1, counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery received during plea discussions. That's exactly what Brent Turvey said about when certain things were brought up. And guess who has a stark difference in that hair? Cy Ray and Brent Turvey. Now it should all make sense as to why Cy Ray wants to come out and speak on what Brent Turvey was saying. Because Cy Ray's over here, and I'm thinking, why does he have such a big, who cares what he's saying? Well, I think that Cy Ray cares about it because I personally believe that Cy Ray looked at all that shit and told Ann, there's nothing to see here. And that was in the beginning. And I think that's when Brent Turvey was like, let's go actually look at it. Let's go down to the evidence room and open up these. Let's go look at the evidence, like physical. Like, let's go and see this physical evidence. Let's see if this is just some clump of ball of hair. You guys know what kind of hair that gets like all into your vacuums and shit like that. Okay, we know what was the difference. Okay, between hair that one would say is balled up and loosely nasty, like because you didn't fucking sweep. Okay. So, and then the second is the petitioner was convinced. They talked me into, convinced. You guys convinced me that actual guilt is not an important factor in considering plea acceptance. Death row was imminent. You guys convinced me that death row was imminent. And advised to lie. Advised to lie. Okay? Holy shit. You advised me to lie. And that's what I've always said too, is that if he's ever going to come out and say this, he claimed when he was asked those questions, certain questions, and he's saying what he's saying. Now the question would be is, did he go to Ann Taylor and say, I want to take a plea deal, get me a plea deal? Or did Ann Taylor come to him with a plea deal because the government came to him with a plea deal? And Cy Ray told the truth and said, Bryan Kohberger never asked for a plea deal. They brought him a plea deal. And Ann's obligated to take it to him to start the negotiations of a plea deal. And then he was convinced, coerced. This is what he's claiming. And the way I look at it, if you really want to get critical and want to start like, you guys want to parse words, I'll parse words too, motherfucker. Let's go. You want to split words? He's a whistleblower. He's a fucking whistleblower. He is outing the government because Ann Taylor got paid millions of dollars by the government to represent his best interests. And according to him, he was provided disinformation in order to convince Bryan Kohberger to do this. And false promises. Petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering the plea acceptance. Don't worry about that, Bryan, if you're actually guilty or not. Death row was imminent and advised to lie. Petitioner was to gain a legal victory by providing this false plea. And then 3 is a gross misrepresentation of and regarding what a life sentence would immediately afford the petitioner. So they lied about that. And a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate, fabricated story of counsel's horrific experience touring an actual, either it's 6x8 or 8x8 death row cell. Row of cells. All communicated to petitioner and his family. This was all communicated to him. And the biggest thing he says here is the reason he uses the words allegedly by an IDOC, because Bryan Kohberger doesn't know if any of that truly happened, because it's allegedly happened because my attorneys are telling me this. So that's why he's using the words right there, allegedly by IDOC, because he doesn't know if his attorneys really took, now remember, it was a mitigating. And then I'm looking at this and I got to back up and I got to say to myself, well, he actually never says the words Ann Taylor. He never says the words, he doesn't give anybody's name. And is this worded specifically because is this going to have to do with the mitigating attorney? Because guess what I looked up in between the lives? I looked up the ABA Remember there was talks about the mitigating attorney winning? Okay. In Idaho, Idaho's Public Defense Commission, PDC, and this is the standards for defending attorneys it was November of 2017 that went into full effect on May 1st, 2019. And this was performance standard, capital counsel qualifications, and roster. So the defense team shall consist of no fewer than 2 attorneys qualified in accordance with these standards, an investigator, and a mitigation specialist. And I want to know who this mitigating specialist was. I truly do want to know who that is. It goes on, the stuff that I was looking into about, it has everything to do with the standards. The defense team shall contain at least 1 member qualified by training and experience to screen individuals for the presence of mental or psychological disorders or impairments. This took on a lot of time to do. In a case, so basically, after Paulette Sutton, produced her shit, because they didn't want to use Matt Nodell as a rebuttal to Paulette Sutton stuff. This is how I see it when I'm looking at it. Matt Nodell rocked it. Caught a bunch of crap that they, the mislabeling and all that crap. And Matt Nodell did not give opinions that he felt like, you can ask me a bunch of questions on the stand, because the possibility, yes, that's possible. I wouldn't say that too much, but I'm not going to sit here and list all these crazy, wild scenarios. Okay? So that's what I liked about Matt Nodell, on how he was just like, I'm not going to give an opinion on this because there could be so many different things. As to, basically it was the dilution of blood was a big portion of it. But anyways, when Brent Turvey comes along, he says that his role expanded. He also said that not only did his role expand, because that's what Ann Taylor wanted, right? And that there was a game plan here. Well, I thought there's been a game plan for a while. And then Brent Turvey comes and speaks out, and Ann Taylor makes some comments. But I remember specifically, Brent Turvey said, Ann Taylor needs to be careful, because I know I can say a lot more than she can. She better walk a very fine line. And I'm going to bring up one more situation here. It's going to be very controversial, but I don't care, because that's, I guess, what I do. Because I'm not afraid to talk about stuff that other people don't want to talk about, I guess. Let's go back to the leak. Okay? Let's go back to this leak. You would think that the prosecution or somebody might want to come forward, right? And maybe claim that leak. Because God forbid that it be somebody on the defense. What do you think about that? I thought it was really interesting that anybody would ever want to be out here talking about that this had anything to do with the defense. That would be some dumb motherfucking shit for you to ever want to be suggesting and saying, because if that isn't a reason that Bryan Kohberger would have, like, Jesus, my own fucking team, my own fucking team fucked me? Or really was it his team ever? Because once again, the government. And it was Hitler that said, hey, what about these plea deals? Have you guys had any talks about these plea deals? Has there been any talks? Because I'm going to close that out. Hitler looks like and we have evidence of that because he said it in open court. And he used a different word for it because of like a settlement, more or less, for what you do in civil trials. In a case in which the death penalty may be imposed, at the first court appearance after a crime in which a death notice could be filed is charged, 2 qualified defending attorneys shall be appointed to represent an indigent defendant. 1 counsel shall be designated as lead counsel and the second as co-counsel. As soon as possible after counsel has been assigned to a capital case, lead counsel shall assemble a defense team in consultation with co-counsel to the extent practicable, selecting and making any appropriate contractual agreements with non-attorney team members in such a way that the team includes at least 1 mitigation specialist and 1 fact investigator. Who was the fact investigator for the Bryan Kohberger case? I mean, you can have more, but I'm just saying at least 1 member qualified by training individual representation. Then they go through C, which is the training and skills required. Pre-trial investigation preparation. See here. And theory development regarding guilt/innocence. Ann Taylor was specific about this, that we're going to be having a competing theory of the case and we're going to be narrating it just like they are. You know why? Because it's very important for juries. Ann Taylor understood that. That's something that she understood, and she makes a note of it and she talks about it. Ethical considerations particular to capital defense representation. Would love to be brought up to speed with this. These ethical considerations. Preservation of the record and of issues for direct appeal and post-conviction review. Now, Ann Taylor never once, when it came to Hitler, after she basically listened and saw the way that Hitler behaved and the things that he said about Cy-Ray, she did not move to have it like, hey, this is biased. You're calling one of my experts who's going to be, talking to the jury, right? So I thought Ann Taylor was doing a magnificent job preserving stuff in Latah. Then we move over to Ada, and holy shit. Holy shit. And trust me, we were not in Ada that long when you think about it. We moved on over to Ada in October of 2024. Counsel's relationship with the client and his family, post-conviction litigation in state and federal courts, the presentation and rebuttal of scientific evidence, right here, you're supposed to be ready for this, and developments in mental health, fields and other relevant areas of forensic and biological science, and defending attorneys seeking to remain on the roster shall attend and successfully complete at least 1 every 2 years, a specialized training program involved with the PDC that focuses on the defense of capital cases. Non-attorneys wishing to be eligible to participate on the defense teams shall receive continuing professional education appropriate to their areas of expertise. D, attorney qualifications, trial. Lead trial counsel assignments shall be made to attorneys who are experienced and active trial practitioners with at least 10 years litigation experience in criminal defense and have served at least lead counsel in no fewer than 10 felony jury trials of cases which were tried to verdict and have served either as lead or co-counsel in one case in which the death penalty might have been imposed and which was tried through to verdict. What case did Ann Taylor try all the way through to verdict in a death penalty case? I know she's death penalty certified, right? I just want to go out and get the transcripts of that proceeding. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I just want the case. Have skill in legal research, analysis, and the drafting of litigation documents. Well, according to Hippler, he thinks that she sucks. Oral advocacy, we question that. Anyways, we're going to come back over here. We're going to go to here.
Bryan Kohberger, my actual innocence is my truth. When somebody starts talking about telling his truth, as opposed to the other truth, my actual innocence is my truth. My plea was hinged only on, I want to read it exactly. My plea was hinged on false promises and blatant disinformation, and my plea must be withdrawn. Am I understanding this correctly that he said all this to the New York Times?
He did.
That's where this is coming
He sent it to yep. The New York Times got it late last night and made sure, of course, that it was from him, and then came out with it publicly. But Nancy, going back on this a year later, when part of the deal was that he would not be able to come back later on and say he didn't do it. He actually signed off saying, I won't do this. I can't do this. It's part of the deal. You know far better than anyone how the system works. The fact that we are having to discuss Bryan Kohberger and not the families or something good about what's taking place is just beyond the pale.
And this after.
Is my boy JLR, is he in chat? Sorry about that. That was my fault. Shouldn't be echoing anymore. Is JLR in chat? Because if he's in chat, I want him to pop on. If JLR is in chat, I can't see because it's StreamYard sucks. JLR, you need to come in chat. I mean, you need to come up. Yes, he was. Well, he needs to get back over here. You leave my JLR alone. JLR. He made a comment. Well, good. Yeah, he trolling in the chat. He's not trolling. He's allowed to give his opinion. Why wouldn't he be allowed to give his opinion? We all are here to give our opinions. We're going to go ahead and invite JLR up. God damn, people. People can have their opinions. Oh, let's see. Nobody else will be accepting the link, so if you try to come on other than him, I won't be accepting it. There you go, JLR, if you're in chat or still watching. I appreciate you talking about it when I entered your live this afternoon. So, okay. Now, good old Nancy.
The Gonsalves family has created a foundation in honor of the victims. And in that foundation, the Gonsalveses are raising money to have DNA testing done on cases that are just sitting there with no movement, waiting until there can be money, time, and personnel to carry out the DNA tests. You're right. They have taken all that pain and are trying to turn it into something good. And now this, I want to give you the name of the Gonsalves Foundation. It's called Murder Has a Name. Post-conviction relief typically revolves around newly discovered evidence. But in this case, Kohberger is insisting that he was hoodwinked and that he is absolutely innocent. Okay, I believe prayers can be answered. Please grant him his wish. Please allow this case to go to trial. So finally, once and for all, we know the truth of what happened.
There you go. Nancy, best comment that you said all day. This case, for the parents' sake, needs to go to trial. Because this is going to linger on forever. Forever. There's no doubt about it. I mean, shit, people are still talking about the damn Chris Watts case, okay? Okay, the Chris Watts case doesn't hold, a pube to this case. This case will be talked about until you die. It's probably going to still be talked about even if there was a trial, but nowhere near to the level of speculation or secrecy and all that bullshit, because it can still linger. And why would anybody want that? I wouldn't want that if I was a parent in this situation. Look at Bill, we did it your way. Look at where the fuck we are. Sit down, Bill. Okay? All the parents are all on the same page. We want a trial, death penalty. Go. And fire up this trial in January of 2027. Shit, it might even need to take that much time, but I wouldn't want to maybe do it during the, I don't know, around the holidays. So, best thing Nancy Grace said there, yeah, trial.
Because Dave Mack, is it true that more and more evidence has leaked out after the plea, and one wave of evidence is more damning than the last?
You're right, Nancy. A lot of
Again, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is Dave? Who's Dave? Okay. Wait, what did I talk about leaked? Why are we saying leaked? You guys, there's nothing getting leaked. Unsealed documents, sealed documents are becoming unsealed. They should have never been sealed in the first place. They were using the public record to, upload everything and put everything sealed. All we're doing is unsealing. There's no leaking of anything. Okay? Now, I think that there's some question marks as far as if things would have even been admissible, because what relevance is it? And I think if anything, you're going to show something like this. This doesn't fare well when you see the man not having gloves on, walking in, his hands are fine. And I go with Scott Roeder here in when we talked about this, whoever did this many stabbings, their hands are going to be so bruised. And this man walking in just a couple hours after. So, I mean, maybe it takes a little bit longer to bruise.
information has come out after the verdict, after he was sent away. The information that started coming out gave us details about the crime. There was a lot that was left unsaid leading up to trial. And then when he flipped and took the plea deal, we didn't get to see it. But I don't know how, if it was really leaked or if it was, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button and made all this accessible. But we've now seen everything inside, well, up to a lot more than we knew before he pleaded guilty. But we know about what took place in those rooms. We know to what degree each individual fought back, which it's a lot more different than what we knew beforehand. So yeah, we know a lot more now after the plea. But you're right. If he wants to bring it all up and fight, oh my goodness, Nancy Grace, we will.
Oh my goodness, Nancy Grace, what? He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Look at how vague all of this is that he said. Name me something that he gives of substance that's not just blanket bullshit.
Details about the crime scene. There was a lot that was
Of what happened? Because Dave Mack, is it true that more and more evidence has leaked out after the plea, and one wave of evidence is more damning than the last?
You're right, Nancy. A lot of information has come out after the verdict, after he was sent away. The information that started coming out gave us details about the crime scene. There was a lot that was left unsaid leading up to trial. And then when he flipped and took the plea deal, we didn't get to see it. But I don't know how, if it was really leaked or if it was, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button and made all this accessible. But we've now seen everything inside, well, up to a lot more than we knew before he pleaded guilty. But we know about what took place in those rooms. We know to what degree each individual fought back, which it's a lot more different than what we knew beforehand. So yeah, we know a lot more now after the plea. But you're right. If he wants to bring it all up and fight, oh my goodness, Nancy Grace, the prosecution will have to get a new prosecutor, because we actually have to have somebody with some stones that can get in there and do the job.
Look around. Where do you think you are? Do you think you're at pre-K? Do you think you're in the narthex at the United Methodist Church? We need a prosecutor with. That's what we need. I don't even know what.
They're not allowed to say balls. They can't say balls on the program.
The prosecution will have to get a new prosecutor, because we actually have to have somebody with some stones that can get in there and do the job.
Look around. Where do you think you are? Do you think you're at pre-K? Do you think you're in the narthex at the United Methodist Church? We need a prosecutor with. That's what we need. I don't even know.
Nancy Grace, you need a prosecutor with some cahoons, girl. How about you need a prosecutor that's going to have some facts, okay? Not some fucking huge problems. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, shit. Nancy Grace. There's no one saying balls on this program, but we really ought to say it, but we're just going to blank it out afterwards.
Know what you're talking about. The Idaho AG has waded into this, states that they are, quote, ready to do whatever is necessary to ensure justice. Well, number one, appoint an independent prosecutor and let necessary to ensure justice.
Oh my gosh. I hit up Bill Thompson, left a message for him and Ashley Jennings to give me a holler. You guys know that, right? I called Ashley Jennings, I called Bill, left him a message, called Ann Taylor. They answered, at least Ann Taylor answered her person and said no comment. Bill and Ashley Jennings have yet to return my call. Okay, I know that I'm a priority. So wait, what is this right here? Bryan Kohberger. It says, my heart goes out to the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, who have already endured unimaginable loss and now must face today's deeply painful news. My office stands ready to do whatever is necessary to ensure justice is fully carried out. Perfect. Go to trial. Let's go to trial. Let's go to trial. I think that that's the best bet. For the families. And I also think that it will help them in their WSU lawsuit, because so much of what WSU did, or I should say did not do, but also did, will even be more exposed, right? This level of secrecy, this playing around with discovery with the families. Yeah.
Well, number one, appoint an independent prosecutor and let's go to trial.
Nancy Grace, we very rarely agree. Nancy, let's go to trial. Let's do it. I agree. There you go, Nancy. Nancy doesn't get too many bells. We got to give her one on that one. Now, other people that have spoken out. Again, welcome in. Truth and transparency. Hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I will never tell you how to think or feel, but we're going to talk about it. Okay. So when you go to the words and the names Bryan Kohberger, Fox News, Bryan Kohberger looks like he's taking back his plea. So we're just going to go right down here, memory lane.
Just moments ago, the man convicted of murdering four.
Take back his guilty plea and get a new trial. Bryan Kohberger says his plea was made on false promises and wrong information and claims he is innocent. Kohberger is looking to use post-conviction relief and is arguing he had bad counsel. We're going to have more on this breaking story when we get it. This is breaking details into us right now that he's looking to take back that guilty plea. We're waiting on any brand new details to come into us right now as this is breaking. Obviously, this is just a horrific time for these families as they have been following every detail of that courtroom drama. Let's bring in Donna Rotuno now. Donna, can you please jump on in here as
Sure.
I can only imagine the feelings that these families are having right now.
Thanks, Katie.
This man is looking to take back that guilty plea. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really unbelievable, Sandra. And at first I heard it and I thought, well, how can he do that? Usually there's a time frame in which you can file these types of motions, and we're far past that time frame. But apparently, I've been doing some research here in the last couple of minutes, and in Idaho, there is no time frame that you have to show. I think the wording was a manifest injustice in order to have your plea taken back. And so that's a very high bar, right? He's going to have to show that there was something so extraordinary that got him to take this plea, and that there was an injustice that happened because of it. So I think it's a high bar, and I think he's going to have a difficult time doing it. And I would be very surprised if the judge allows it, because the judge is going to say, I went over all your rights with you. We went over them in court painstakingly. Remember, they had an entire a day set aside to take the plea. And so it was a full day of plea. And so I have a hard time believing a judge would grant this, but the fact that this was filed, the fact that he makes certain claims that he makes in this filing, it's pretty explosive. And as you said, absolutely horrible for these families who really wanted to do the best they could do to put this portion of this.
Absolutely. It's horrible for the families. And guess who's to blame for that? None other than Bill fucking Thompson. Okay? Bill Thompson. Do not shift that blame to anybody else but Bill Thompson. We're going to take a look back at the Bill Thompson horror tour. Bill Thompson went around and did a horror tour, media tour. Yes. On 11/28/29, and I'm like, what the hell is this man doing? What is he doing? This is supposedly a man that never talks. Bill Thompson coming out a month before an arrest, telling people, if you knew what I knew, you'd send your kid back to school here. The fuck? Wild shit. Bill Thompson, that prosecuting office, those detectives, those officers, you keep the blame right there. Nobody is shifting that blame onto anybody that's covering this case, anybody that's, getting labeled. I don't like these labels. I've never been a label person, okay? I think it's fucking stupid. Labels are stupid. They are very dumb. Truth and transparency. There's your label. Bill Thompson decided to do it this way. Why? Well, normally you don't do this when you have overwhelming fucking evidence. Normally you don't do this when your case is so fucking great. Why would you ever make a deal with the devil? because there isn't overwhelming evidence, because there's a lot of problems here, and people are going to lose their jobs if this goes to trial. Well, guess what? People lost their lives. So if your job goes, so fucking what? That's the price that you pay because you lied, because you cheated, because you did whatever it is that you thought, hey, I'm going to do. That's on fucking you. Sorry. Period. Constitutional rights matter.
Strategy behind them.
So Donna, it's a process called post-conviction relief. It essentially allows him to challenge his sentence or conviction. He's apparently saying he had bad legal advice and he wants to take a look at this again and he's innocent. How often does something like this ever succeed or get past the judge in the first place?
Very rarely. Very rarely. Normally, there's a time frame in which you basically have an absolute right to withdraw your plea if it falls under certain circumstances, right? Like I didn't understand, there's new evidence, my lawyer misled me. You know, there's things that you can say, and that's within a 30-day period. But after this amount of time goes by, and you look at the standard in Idaho, it's a very, very, very high standard to show a manifest injustice. I mean, that would be something so egregious that he would have to prove.
And then they go and get people that don't even fucking know this case. This is who they have to go and get. Mainstream media just goes and finds somebody. Hey, like, who's this? On the phone, Donna Rotundo. Have you been following this case? I'm just curious because I wouldn't be talking about something that I didn't know. I would feel really fucking dumb. Okay? In fact, I get it all the time when I want to have people come on my channel and they're like, hey, I don't know the case like how your people do, how this does, blah, blah. Like, I mean, so I'm not going to sit here and it's like, well, I want to ask more questions that are just about process or procedure or, hey, breaking down, you know, a crime scene photo or something like that. But when I go to people and they're like, yeah, I don't know the case. That to me, I love when people say that to me. You think she was saying this? Because people must not be paying attention to what has been released in the discovery, or I shouldn't even say discovery process, in the unsealing of the documents. And nobody's over here reading the first, over a year later, first sentence of Bryan Kohberger, over a year later, it is self-evident that in State v. Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed. No wonder it's taken, how about this? Maybe if it wouldn't have taken a fucking year to unseal documents, when it literally could just click some fucking buttons. Unbelievable to me. This is just unbelievable. Unbelievable to have people on that don't know the case. I get talking about this is such a high bar, everything seems to be such a high bar. Well, guess what? Alex fucking Murdaugh, he's getting a new goddamn trial. That fucking other crazy bitch, Letitia Stout, she's getting a new fucking trial. And this burden must not be that hard. It's just, 'tis the season to just, give people new fucking trials that have actually been found guilty during a trial for, actually a jury found them guilty. This didn't even fucking get to go to trial. And what he is saying in this claim, why aren't people reading his words? This is some serious claims. Way more serious than I ever thought he was going to say. Holy shit. He basically threw the whole goddamn Idaho fucking system under the bus. He threw the whole fucking thing. Here you go, watch this. I mean, nuts. This fucking burden. Well, Bill Thompson, he just couldn't be ethical. Bill Thompson seems like he's had an ethical problem his whole fucking career. And then you get to the main stage here, and you think with all eyes watching, you guys are going to do what y'all did? Ha! Well, be prepared to pay the price, and this is the price. And guess who has to pay it? Why should these families have to pay it? None of these families should pay any of their price. But this is how Bill Thompson wanted to handle it. This is what they thought. Well, I don't think the family should have to pay Bill Thompson's fucking price anymore. It's bullshit. And these families have every right to be pissed. And these families have every right to say whatever they want on their social media pages. Because for me, it's not about that. For me, it's about, hey, my channel is about our constitutional rights. My channel is about due process. It's about transparency. And what the fuck Bryan Kohberger just claimed and put in a affidavit under the pains and penalty of perjury is that's not like, ooh, wham, wham, I just want to, I just don't like it here. And he could be lying, right? Prove it. Prove that he's lying. I know he's going to probably have his parents there claiming this is exactly what we were told and shit like that. I know he's going to have Brent Turvey on his side. I know he's going to have 15 other expert reports on his side. I know he's going to be able to show, I don't know, how many times him and Ann Taylor talked. They visited. I know if I was Bryan Kohberger, I'd be wondering what the fuck my experts were doing out on social media, being interviewed by YouTube channels while they're having a pissing contest about who's... I mean, Bryan Kohberger's expert comes out, Brent Turvey, wanting to blow the whistle on this whole thing. Then an expert, Cy Ray, comes out wanting to basically, after Ann Taylor says he has no idea what he's, her blurb about Brent Turvey and that he was in an NDA and he should have been doing any of that and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then Cy Ray, well, both of them released books, basically. And then Cy Ray coming out and saying that Brent Turvey, if Brent Turvey telling anybody anything is pumping them up for the, is filling their head with false shit. And I'm over here like, I got one question for Cy Ray. And he answered my question. And that was, what formal report did you see on 1129 with Bryan Kohberger's name in it from WSU that pertained to Daniel Tanego or Curtis Whitman? And you know what the answer was that he had to give? You're right, I've never seen one. And I'm with Lana. I would love to see that. Well, it doesn't fucking exist. I waited a year to get the FOIA request on my shit. It should have never taken a year. I waited to get the timestamps of when these guys were working over the course of a 3-month period. I asked for every single incident report that either one of these motherfuckers logged in a 3-month period. And when they assist in other agencies' shit, they are writing reports. What they did on 1129, it came in reverse order. You cannot drive around and see a white vehicle with a Pennsylvania license plate when it was already taken off the car. We have them lying. And there is no official report that would have never come up in anything. That's not how this went down. And Brett Payne needs to be questioned and ask him why on 12/20/2022 did he reach out via IM to Daniel Tanego? What alerted him to that? And you asked dispatch for his cell phone number? And nobody got back to you with his cell phone number through the messaging app? But yet you were able to call Daniel Tanego and leave a message on his cell phone? How did you do that if you didn't have his phone number? Or were you using the IM service as a way to make it seem like you didn't fucking know the man and that you didn't have his number? This is nuts what has gone on in this case. And the guy that found his car, Curtis Whitman, he lied and left work early on 11/13/2022 at 4:30 in the morning and said it was because of the football game. Well, the football game was at noon. We went out and got the reports. This channel went out and got the body-worn cameras because they put it under a different address. All those body-worn cameras from the partying, that was under Queen, 1122 Queen, not 1122 King. That's how we were able to get to those body-worn cameras for the partying and the noise complaints and all that shit. We use our brains here. And so I'll debate any person on this case about the facts, not about fucking people's feelings. But the facts is that there's very limited facts, and this needs to go to fucking trial. And the families deserve that. The families wanted that. And the death penalty should stay on the table. Because if there is a case, not saying that I believe in the death penalty, but if there is a case out there that would warrant it, this case would. But I don't even believe in the death penalty, but at least I can say that. Nobody should be going into people's homes and nothing like that. Nobody does that. College kids trying to get an education, better themselves, go on, have a great life. Fuck that. It's nuts. It's unthinkable. People wanting to talk about the case in a fair way and say, hey, is this how people should be treated? Is this due process? There is so much more evidence against Karen Reed than there will ever be against Bryan Kohberger. Physical fucking evidence. Connection to the victim. It's all there. Hate fucking voicemails. Her vehicle going backwards for 24 miles per hour at however many seconds it was. John's phone stopping and not moving anymore. Pocket state. All these things. And you want to know what the one thing people hang on to? The one thing? The fucking car didn't hit him. Well, guess what? Based on that logic, then this fucking trial, if you're going to hang on to the fucking touch DNA on a sheet that could transfer from shaking someone's hand, wow. I'm just saying, based off of that logic, and then we also bring in the same set of circumstances and facts when we're going to be talking about people changing reports, people destroying evidence, chain of custody issues, not testing shit.
I just don't see that here under the evidence. I mean, there's been so much talk about this case since the plea. High standard to show a manifest injustice. I mean, that would be something so egregious that he would have to prove, and I just don't see that here under the evidence. I mean, there's been so.
She knows the evidence. Oh my God! Please provide us with that, because we've been waiting to. Donna, let's fucking call her up. Donna, what evidence are you speaking about? Because we're waiting to get the evidence. What evidence have you seen, Donna? She's seen the evidence. Donna has seen it. Well, I'm going to email the families and let them know that they should hit up Donna because she's seen the evidence. Wow.
Much talk about this case since the plea. I mean, we've listened to books being written. We've heard criminologists. We heard the one expert who said the defense didn't do the job that he thought she should do. But, you know, in listening to those people, all of that to me was very subjective. And so I don't see, if those are the types of things that he's going to rely on, I don't see that rising to the level of this manifest injustice that he would have to prove. But we'll see what happens. But I think, as I said, most of the time these things are not successful.
You know, I just want to make clear that this is all happening because Bryan Kohberger is finally speaking to the press. He gave a phone interview to the New York Times which is relaying this information to the American public. The Times did reach out to the father of one of the victims to get a comment, and the father did not want to discuss yet without talking to his family first. Again, can't imagine what they're going through. But he had not, Donna, made any public comments or given any interview before we heard these words spoken to the New York Times. He also wouldn't reveal anything else about any evidence that was exchanged in the courtroom. But he said in this phone call from prison in Idaho that he is claiming absolute innocence. He says, quote, "My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn." He just said this last night, and he reiterated in that phone call that he had an absolute claim of innocence. Donna, perhaps this was his plan all along. We have no way to know.
Right. We have no way to know. And, of course, what else is he going to say at this point if this is something that you're trying to do? I mean, Sandra, if I had $1 for every defendant I represented in my career that told me they were absolutely innocent, and then I showed them video of the complete opposite. So this is not unusual to hear this. But in a case like this, where we watch this person come to court and sit in court and listen to every one of those family members say to him, you took away our loved one, and sat there and had, zero emotion one way or another, and never seemed to really be attacking what his lawyers were doing. And he had the opportunity to speak up in a courtroom, and he had an opportunity to say to the judge, "This is not what I was being told." I mean, anytime you take a plea, the parameters of that plea are spelled out, not only in writing, he signs off on it, but the judge goes through all of that with you. And he had an opportunity to raise all of these things. So, actual innocence is difficult to prove unless you can prove that you were somewhere else and you're on video doing something somewhere. Actual innocence is very difficult to prove, because remember, when you walk into a criminal court, the finding is guilty or not guilty. It's never guilty or innocent.
And Donna Kohberger was sentenced almost exactly 1 year ago. It was July 23rd of last year when he got 4 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole. You have to imagine the families were at least trying to move on and wrap this up in their minds since then. But they're going to get this news, and I can only imagine this is going to seriously reopen old wounds here.
All right, here is Bill Thompson blowing it for everybody. Blowing it for everybody. Back in, I made a video. This was made back in November of 2023. Bill Thompson. Moderators, subscribers, lurkers. With Bill. Okay, we have to.
Are they going to solve this? And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying. Would you feel safe having?
So what I did here is I examined what Bill Thompson. I was sick as hell. I remember this. I was in Cali. I was so sick when I made this video. Was wearing in this his vest. He's worn that. So I use this to show that when he was doing his little whore tour, like he was just media popping. Vest, you see him in the blue.
And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying. Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would, but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Woo! How the investigation is progressing. That is Bill Thompson in November of 2022. November of 2022. Okay. How the investigation is progressing. I would send my kid to school, to campus, because I know how the investigation is progressing. What the fuck did they know in November of 2022? I knew I was always going to be able to come back to this because I was like, this man's insane. And I put this out in 2023 in November. So I did like almost a year later.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind.
Right there, Bill Thompson says,
Or on campus.
I would, but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because
Bill Thompson's in a different situation. You may not remember Kaylee's parents. Kaylee's sister came out and said, you have to get your kids out of campus. People were they were murdered in the middle of the night in their homes. They were sleeping. They didn't do anything wrong. There's a crazy person out there, yada, yada, yada. Get everybody off campus. Now, Bill Thompson says, I am in a different class than other people. I have information that none of you guys have. And due to the information that I have and that I possess, I would send my kid to campus, to school because of the information that I possess. You understand that? At this point in time, he's saying that he has information that none of us have. And because of the information that he has at this point in time, he could send his kids or kid to campus and know that they're going to be okay. Now,
because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without a
ready. Next up. That was Court TV showing us this interview on their production. What I went to is next up is.
To my knowledge, there is no specific person who is.
Would you say that you guys have a suspect in mind or a person of interest in mind?
To my knowledge, there is no specific person who is a suspect at this point. The investigators have explored a number of people who might have been persons of interest and have essentially cleared each of them through the investigation, and they're still working through that process.
In your experience, this amount of time doesn't necessarily mean a case is going to go cold.
Absolutely not. We've had homicide cases in our county over the years that have taken sometimes years to solve. I hope that this is not one of those.
Would you say that you guys have a suspect in mind or a person of interest in mind?
To my knowledge, there is no specific person who is a suspect at this point. The investigators have explored a number of people who might have been persons of interest and have essentially cleared each of them.
Okay, now on 11/29/2022, what's happening like these days, like 11/27/28/29, the big day 11/29? Okay, well, just after on 11/28, just after midnight going into 11/29, Daniel Tanego and Curtis Whitman, in illogical order, type in in their cruisers, separate cruisers, type in Bryan Kohberger's license plate number, but the first one that gets typed in is the Pennsylvania plate. The Pennsylvania plate has been off for 2 weeks at that point. Well, he got it on the 18th, and so he put it on the 18th. So however many days that is, 11 days? Close enough to 2 weeks. And Curtis Whitman, 20, 30 minutes later, because after it comes up on Daniel Tanego's screen, it then will let you know that that plate is no longer active and it's actually this plate and da-da-da. And then 25 minutes later, Curtis Whitman is punching in Bryan Kohberger's new plate. Okay? And we actually have their GPS coordinates of when this is happening. And we also have the MIs back and forth between Payne And Daniel Tanego, when he first answered it, his email or his MIs to Payne made a absolute fuck up of a comment and a quote that I put out a couple days ago. And I put it out because Connor got it through the FOIA process, put it out. Hey, take a look at this. This is what that night is. And it's like, how would you remember something like that 30 days later, just right after somebody IMs you, that you're just ripping and knowing exactly what the hell you did, and you didn't even make a report on this. He had to go look up where he was located, and he lied and said that he was at the office. He was like at the police department when he did that. He was in the fucking parking lot, sitting side by side. They were driving around, supposed to be looking for cars. How could you ever find that car with that plate on it? It was not on. That plate was no longer on there. So the order, I always said, was significant. And the order came that they're typing in the plate of Bryan Kohberger, but his old plate first. And he says that he was driving around and came across it. That is fucking impossible. And what I believe happened is that Curtis Whitman handed off that phone number, handed off that plate and said, hey, run this and see what comes back. Curtis Whitman, the same guy that left work early on the night of the murders and made up some bogus ass reason as to why the fuck he left work at 4:30 allegedly in the morning, the night of the murders. Talk about some coincidences, right? And then Bill Thompson over here talking about what he knows on 11/29 in a fucking interview. And that he would send his kid to campus. It's wild shit.
Through the investigation, and they're still.
Okay, now, this date was Bill Thompson in his blue. His hair is over his glasses. He has his vest on. Okay, he has his blue on. His beard's the same. His hair is over. He's in his. Now, this is creme 2. So when you're going to do interviews, you allow multiple people to interview you, like, because you give it up to, normally you want to be fair. Okay, so, but the difference here, the only one thing that's different is that creme 2 put a mic on the backseat Bill here. They mic'd him up. Okay, that's the only thing. There is no pin. He's in his blue. Okay, now December 1st, 2022. See that? December 1st, 2022. All right, December 1st, 2022. Let's check this out. Okay, this is creme 2. This is December 1st. Now, this is just when they did this. It does not mean that that's when this happened, okay? This is when this YouTube broadcast was put out, was December 1st, 2022. Keep that in mind. Now, take a look. Here, you have backseat Bill, all right? I'm going to play a little bit of it.
That they had ever seen. Yet somehow there were 2 roommates who were in the house who apparently didn't hear anything. What are the red flags you have there? And are those roommates considered persons of interest?
Well, anybody who might have knowledge is considered persons of interest at this point. As far as suspects, I don't believe so. The investigators continue to work hard trying to interview everyone who might have any information and hopefully figure out and identify what occurred and why and who's responsible.
As we understand the timeline, and we recognize that this is an investigation very much ongoing, the 4 came home, early in the morning, Sunday morning, let's say 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that. The 911 call didn't come until midday the next day. Does that raise any red flags for you? How do you explain that?
I think the investigators are trying to ascertain why there was a delay and what actually occurred, what was heard. That's a question that's still out there. And I know they're working on that. We're trying to assist them as much as possible with obtaining search warrants for data and cell records and social media.
Now, with what we know now, they never asked a fucking person. Nobody, not ever once was anybody asked, hey, Dylan, hey, Bethany, why did this 911 call not come in until fucking noon? Our guys are working on this and blah, blah, blah. We're trying, what? Interesting.
And anything that might help.
Do you know who called 911? Can you reveal who reported this?
I can't reveal who made the 911 call. The police do know who made the 911 call, though.
Obviously, we don't know anything about motive, but the mayor did initially refer to this crime as a crime of passion. Why did he say that?
I can't speak for Mayor Betke. He, to my knowledge, there is nothing to indicate that this has been determined to be a crime of passion. We know it's just a horrible crime, and 4 young lives have been lost.
And finally, initially, investigators and the police had said the community has nothing to worry about. Now they've sort of said, well, of course we should be vigilant because there is a suspect or suspects still at large. What is your message to that community this morning?
Well, I think the fact of the matter is that whoever is responsible for these murders is still at large. The investigators do not know who that person is. From what they've told my office, they believe that this was what they call a targeted attack and not just a random act of violence. And I think they tried to communicate that, but obviously that communication didn't work very well.
Okay, ready? Investigators don't know. Watch.
This is what they call a targeted attack and not just for these murders is still at large.
To that community this morning.
Well, I think the fact of the matter is that whoever is responsible for these murders is still at large. The investigators do not know who that person is. From what they've told my office, they believe that this was.
Okay, the investigators do not know who this person is. This was on, again, not wearing the same thing. He has his vestibula on. Okay, he has his lapel here on. And it's November 17th. Okay, November 17th. He does the Today Show. He's wearing his vestibula. He's in his office. He is not wearing the same blue shirt. Okay, so this is clearly not the same day. Okay, investigators do not know who. Investigators don't know. Okay, hold on now.
You guys, on November 17th, they just began processing the scene with the lab personnel. Okay? What the fuck is this man doing? Talking and doing anything? Literally, horror tour. What the hell is going on? Bill Thompson, man of few words, doesn't do fucking interviews and all this crazy shit that people were trying to say, like, he keeps it all so close to the vest. My fucking ass. He wears his vest every fucking day, and he's proud of that shit.
Here we go.
A targeted attack and not just a random act of violence.
Click, hold on.
And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind has to spin like, okay, what is going on? Some people can commit crimes and there is no justice for that family.
What the families in public did.
Okay, so now you see what Bill Thompson is wearing. That knows why. What is when was this episode? When was this episode? Right? Have you guys ever seen this part of this interview? Remember Thompson in his office and has this conversation. 20 motherfucking 9th, when she sits with Bill Thompson in his office and has this conversation. This conversation on November 29th is the same day that they moved all the vehicles from the house to a remote location. It's the same day that at 12:23 a.m. So technically not November 28th, but November 29th, okay? Because it was 12:23. They found Bryan Kohberger's car, right? And it's like, how did you find Bryan Kohberger's car, right? It's just, no. It's,
And now we can add to that. How did you find Bryan Kohberger's car in the reverse order? When you say you're driving around and you're seeing cars, because that was the whole point, be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. You cannot be driving around Pullman and seeing a white car with Pennsylvania plates because they were not on anymore. They made a fucking deadly mistake, and he fucking writes about it in his stupid little IMs. They make a deadly mistake and Curtis Whitman hands what I believe, here, type this in, fucking types it in to look up because if he was actually driving around looking for vehicles, or worse, when he lies and said, oh, I was going off of the student directory and seeing people that had parking passes, and we had it all printed out, and so I was like, then why wouldn't there be more? Why would there only be one typed up license plate that you were looking for? If you were actually doing queries, there'd be multiple ones. There's only one. Take that and fucking smoke it. This is a lie. This is a lie. And then if you were truly doing this and you thought that there was something, why didn't you write up a police report? Why aren't you saying, here, this is what like anybody would normally do when you're assisting an agency? You write up a report. You didn't even write one up after the fucking fact. Insane. And then come to find out, Curtis Whitman, who was involved in this little shit, on the night of the murders, leaves work early because he works like the 10 to 6 a.m. shift, leaves work early and lies about why he could have even left. There was no football game that night. The football game was at noon. And what he didn't realize is when he went back to write in a reason, he saw like, oh, well, here, when someone looks at it, what I believe is it'll look like it was like a football related thing because the game was from like 12 to 3, 12 to 4, whatever. Yeah, AM though.
We're going through this blah, 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 and we just found it because of blah, 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 blah. Motherfucking no, you didn't. Boom. Y'all found his car because y'all already knew it was Bryan Kohberger because of the fucking IgG.
Which came out way earlier if you even used IgG. But here, now that we have the information on the IgG, and what we're really going to be talking about here is you just had this stupid little profile when you had to file this off. You didn't even get the shit back. Meaning to be able to upload, to start comparing. Because we have that on 12.7 to 12.8. To being able to upload a kit. And the FBI allegedly taking over on 12.10. Do not fuck with me and my dates and my timeline. Okay? You didn't fucking... Do you know how many people have white Elantras? Please. They had nothing, but we all need to ask ourselves what truly happened on 11/29. And Bill Thompson, it's the same day that Bill Thompson said, if you know what I know. What's that, fucking Bill? Because I know what you knew. And it was whatever the fuck y'all were doing to put this in a nice little fucking bow, huh?
So I could put, like I said, it was information that none of you guys have. It's moving around like, you know, to the office. Then I had 9th. Let's go believe right here. She freaking brought it. Okay. Right here.
Moscow police responded to annoy.
Boom. Where is it? When she was like,
The murder
off.
Yeah, girl.
It could have been. Boom. Where is it? When she was like,
The murders because he turned it off.
We've been saying it was off. His phone was off. We don't know if it was off.
Yeah,
It
girl.
could have been off. It could have been in airplane mode, or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders.
Another significant.
But what's significant for the defense is that the prosecution lied about where the phone truly was when this happened. Okay? They lied. It was on his home tower. It was not at 248. It was all these handoffs that were not recorded. When you have to build all of this in lies, I mean, come on. Bill Thompson, lying Bill.
Significant coincidence for those who believe in coincidences. I don't. Is that there's this white car that's driving around and around at the time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders, caught on video. And guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive?
This is so fucking prejudicial because not a single person said that was a white Elantra. Okay? And again, I'm going to go back to report 10. The fucking cops claimed that car in a report. Jacob Tisdall, the undercover cop, the plainclothes officers, and then guess what we got on their asses? We got them fudging the returns of the FOIA requests, and we had to go to the Idaho Drug Department policy people to actually get the full file, and they didn't pull anything because it was what was sent from the audit that they did on Moscow back in the day. Each quarterly they have to report. Funny, those two files should match up. Funny that they don't. 2 documents were pulled out of it from Moscow's documents that they provided to us. And both documents pertain to the night of the murders on 11/13. They deleted 4 or 5 people that were technically working. They deleted those. And they went as far as to delete the second person that was known to be working, who was Nate Rosendahl. They went up and deleted too many. And the only person that they said was working in the plainclothes operation that night was Jacob Tisdall. Well, guess what? We have body-worn camera from a ton of different stops, and Nate Rosendahl was working. Okay, and then you go and you compare it to what they provided, ODP. They tried to pull that document from me. Then they tried to pull the other document, which was describing all of the stops in the incident numbers. Then, out of pulling one of the pieces of paper, it said how late the kid worked till 5 a.m., not 3:52 like he put in a report. 5 a.m. This is absolute fucking bullshit. Okay? The kid that was working that night, Jacob Tisdall, writes in a report and claims basically ownership of the white loop-de-looping car. It was Jacob Tisdall wrote his report on 11/15. It's in there. Go read a goddamn document. Fuck. And guess what? Ann Taylor knew about it because Ann Taylor put Jacob Tisdall on her witness list.
A white Elantra.
The car is driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
Another part of the case against Bryan Kohberger is an eyewitness account. Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she told police that she saw a man around the time of the murders dressed in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a mask covering his nose and his mouth that walked past her down the hallway.
Too bad this would have been at 2:53 when Kaylee Gonsalves went to bed. That's when this all occurred. 2:53. Lana, how do you know that? Well, listen to what the fuck Dylan says. If you're going to take her word for it, then listen to what she says. She was playing music. She woke up because she was playing music. She gets the dog. They're going to go upstairs because it's time to go to bed. Okay? They're shutting down. Kaylee's going to bed, so I'm going to go to bed then. Kaylee goes upstairs. She gets upstairs and she hears, oh my God, there's somebody here. Okay? That couldn't have possibly been any other time than 2:53 because guess what? Kaylee's phone stops moving. Kaylee wasn't, where's her phone movements from 2:53 until 4 a.m.? They're non-existent. They're non-existent. It's like when you get in a car accident or you do anything and then time, you're taking care of something and then you text one of your friends, okay? Or you call them and you're going to say, oh my God, you're never going to believe what just happened. Did that car accident happen truly right then and there? Or was it 45 minutes earlier, but by the time you actually got to, tell somebody about it, time had passed. So when Bethany reaches out to Dylan at 4:19 with a phone call, it was Bethany alerting Dylan. And I shouldn't even use the words alerting, calling. Because we don't even get a clear statement on the whole thing as to why she called, because Dylan kind of overpowered that and said, Bethany, well, she said, I called Bethany. That's not the truth. The truth is that Bethany calls Dylan. So what was Dylan doing between 4 and 4:19 and 6 seconds? Well, remember, Dylan is saying that she's calling out to her roommates, opening and closing the door multiple times, doing all this shit. But yet she is calling her roommates and calling Bethany, but yet none of that happens yet until Bethany calls her at 4. Well, the guy's already gone, because in order to be in the car that's driving away at 4:20 and some change, at 4:19 and 6 seconds, that's happening like right then and there, or it's not happening. The timeline is beyond fucked. It'll never fly if somebody lays it out appropriately. And so now we're dealing with a timeline that if the crimes occurred earlier, where's Bryan Kohberger? Isn't that weird that Bryan Kohberger would shut off his phone at 2:53, the same exact time that Kaylee and Maddie would stop ever making phone calls? The same exact time that Molly McMichael is walking around aimlessly over there at the Whites and potentially dropping off a DoorDash.
And then we have Dylan, surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes in her bedroom alone.
Listen to this.
In the kitchen area, dressed in shorts.
Right here.
Processing.
According to a Monroe County, Pennsylvania prosecutor, when SWAT arrived at the family home of Bryan Kohberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash.
What is this apparently? Where are these reports? Where is anybody reporting this? Where is this in a police report of anybody reporting this? Just so you know, to date, we have never read one single police report that has anything to do about this shit that he's over here talking about. And that's why he says apparently. So this guy is hearsaying this. Like, where'd you get this from? Who saw this? Oh, wait, that's right. It's not on body cam either. Why? Because Pennsylvania State Police don't wear body cam. Don't even get me started on the Pennsylvania State Police. Free Sheldon Jeter Jr.
And putting it into a separate Ziploc.
To continue on with their fucking narrative. This is sick, dude. This is so sick that they had to continue on with this narrative, that they had to pass it on. And he says, allegedly, like, nobody's coming forward as saying, I was the one that saw Bryan Kohberger doing this when I arrested him. Who has come forward to say it? Let me see some body cams. But you can't produce it because there were no body cams. Y'all didn't wear no body cams. There are no body cams.
And I only know that because of my, I've dealt with them before. PSP doesn't wear body cams.
Officers.
For Kohberger's arrest, detectives used trash from Kohberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping. This.
Who the fuck did they get for this shit? Remember about I'm bringing out, I told you guys I was going to bring out the old school shit here. Bill Thompson. Just wowing out, man. Bill Thompson. Right here.
I'm not probably. I'm
Very important question. While wearing this outfit.
not. And I'm probably I'm not probably. I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up.
How is that? This motherfucker is a witness. And if whoever takes this case, if it gets to be going to a trial, this is why I believe the AG's office had to come in. Okay? This man is a witness. Ashley Jennings, a witness. And Ann Taylor knows it. These people are witnesses. They are witnesses because they were involved in the investigation. We need to ask you questions. You are making very, very important decisions along the way in this case. We need to ask you questions. You are a fucking witness. You're a witness. Bill Thompson right there made himself a witness. What was going on in the investigation? On 11/29, 11/30, you're telling people that they should keep their kids in school and at that location in Moscow because we know where this investigation's going. What the fuck did y'all know on 11/29 and 11/30? Let me tell you, according to their timeline, their investigation, their public one, they knew dick. Nothing. And when I say their public one, I'm talking about the one that they're living and dying on right now. The one that they've come out now and told the world because it's all unsealed as it's beginning to be unsealed. Here's all your police reports. Bill Thompson, what'd you know? How'd you truly know Bryan Kohberger? How'd you truly get to him? How'd you get to that name? Who gave you that name? Because it was not IGG. That's not how you guys first got it. I will fucking die on that hill. Die on that hill. You know why? Because even with the FBI cheating, and taking over the IGG on December 13th, I talked to a couple very, very good people. Even by, going outside and putting it into all these fucking databases. Okay? The 19th, 6 days. To be able to just have one name and not like a family of like, here, these cousins. It just seems like Bryan's name came from something else. Again, I would make Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings witnesses because they were performing like cop duties and we have to be able to question them. And usually lawyers don't do that, right? But hey, special cases, special circumstances. Let Nye and Josh Hurwitz go ahead and handle this. But Bill Thompson to come out and talk and do his whore tour press is just crazy.
How is that progressing, Bill? Well, guess what? He said he would send his kid to the school because of the information that he possessed based on the investigation. And that was on November 29th, the same day that they magically found Bryan Kohberger's vehicle. The same day that they moved all the roommates' vehicles to a...
You can go peddle that shit to people that aren't fucking smart. Even people that aren't dumb will get it. They didn't have anything. Go read the fucking police reports. They didn't have anything by 11/29 according to their fucking police reports. You guys are rocking tonight. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Backseat Bill. Always coming along and fucking shit up. We get another one here. Bill Thompson on September 20th. I did a video about Bill Thompson.
Welcome to the
January 10th. With the subject profile to be identified as a match in report created in this case. When he responded in January of 2023, knew all of this shit. Because why are you invoking privilege in January for informants? Come to find out, here in June, we're about to find out who these informants are. What would seem normal when going through and answering what the defense wanted on number 10, to the extent that information exists regarding informant who is not going to be produced as a witness, including recordings or written statements of an informant or that identify an informant. Bill Thompson knew January 23rd, 2023, that he needed to protect informants. This is what made him go crazy. Okay? But he tried to do two different things. I don't believe that he was just trying to protect informants, aka the fucking family tree. The family tree didn't exist anymore. There's no reason to fucking do anything, because guess what? They can't turn anything over. You know why? Because there is nothing. But he's over here, wants to talk about informants, and he's believing that informants are people that would make up this family tree from IGG. And I'm like, I think it's more than that. But this is where he lost his marbles, in this filing. Because then we finally got where he's like, here, check this out. Work product and informants. Again, this would come under number 10, search warrants. To the extent that information exists regarding an informant who is not going to be produced as a witness, including recordings or written statements of an informant or that identify an informant, such information is not subject to disclosure, and the state asserts informant privilege under ICR 16G2 and prays for appropriate protective orders pursuant to ICR 16I as necessary. Bill Thompson, we got informants, okay? Down the road, people try to talk about this as being this IGG shit. I disagree. I don't think it's just the IGG, okay? I disagree. He was going nuts about this. And it's just too, I feel like, early for him to be thinking, I mean, why would he ever think and write that this ever would pertain to IGG family tree? That would mean that there's informants that have nothing to do with the family tree. And so who are these informants that Bill Thompson is saying that he wants them protected? Makes you look at things just a tad bit different, in my opinion. Next, they're requesting, and then they list in Exhibit A, which is not attached for our eyes, but specifically Exhibit A was written requests of, we don't have this. February 21st, 2023, the response. The state incorporates its January 23rd, 2023 state response to request. If Ann Taylor was more prepared, she would have been talking about things like discovery. She'd have been saying, Your Honor, we were, for the first year, we're over here battling stuff that has to do with IGG, where they're not even going to disclose to us that they even used IGG. Okay? That's why it's important. When did they get Blaker's report, where he's talking about the fact that he's getting on a plane and going to Texas with a piece of evidence, with a vial? When does Ann Taylor get that information? Why didn't Ann Taylor lay all this shit out? Your Honor, we were, for the whole year, you want to talk about 2.5 years? For the first year, if not longer, we're over here having to fucking pull information out of them to see how they truly got to our clients. And then we finally get that news when Officer Payne gets on the stand and says, yep, you got us. We didn't really get to him in any way that we put in the fucking probable cause. We used IGG. We did not know his name before that. She just didn't. So basically, we gave you everything that we have. I would have been showing all of these things. Like they kept saying, as soon as we get it, we'll turn it over. We've been motion to compel. Do you know how many motions to compel? Do you know how many supplemental requests we've put in? I mean, why the fuck wasn't this laid out? Now, March 24th, 2023. Defendant's second supplemental request. Again, this is now material outlined in Exhibit B. Again, we were not given that. That was redacted. Or we could say protected. We still don't have it. Just a couple days later, again, this would come on the same day that they filed, hey, we're about to depose Bethany. We're going to talk to Bethany because there's exculpatory evidence. 329, the state response. The state incorporates its January 23 position that, again, we've given you everything. Everything that we have, you guys have. Now, March 24th, them going for for Bethany. Let's talk about that. Why they want to talk to Bethany? Well, now it makes a lot more sense why. Because they didn't even fucking talk to Bethany. They only talked to Dylan 5 times, 6 times. How many times did they talk to Dylan? Because they built up this false narrative that Dylan called Bethany. None of that happened. Bethany called Dylan. But there was just a lot of other things. Like, truly, why did you call in the first place? But remember, this is what sent off a, like, we gotta go grand jury. Let's go. Bethany wanted no part of this. Bethany was like thinking she was gonna get arrested or some shit. Ann Taylor was subpoenaing her for the preliminary hearing, and I'm over here like, by God. 5/3/2023. This would be after the defense learns that they just fucking screwed us out of a preliminary hearing. You know, I wonder if this is right before or right after grand jury indictment for discovery. And this then has to do with, now we're going to lay it all on, and we are requesting now all this DNA. So much so, last page here, the genetic all documents related to the comparisons of any DNA samples collected during the genealogy investigation to crime scene evidence. They just found out about the DNA IgG being used because reports had to be turned over, meaning like police reports. Do you understand that these experts that testified at the end of August for that motion to compel, they were just contacted at the end of July? If Ann Taylor would have known about this, so like the date of them knowing about the IgG was even used, fucking May of 2023. 5/3/2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 20 all collection and or testing charge the instant the defense. Defendants first, second to compel. Next day, motion to compel discovery by the defense. Defendants first, second. These are the dates of those filings. Then they go ahead and she says, well, now that I know there is not going to be a preliminary hearing, she goes ahead and she writes out basically what she doesn't have and how specific the things that she's asking for, meaning Ann Taylor on the behalf of Bryan Kohberger. This is the nuts and bolts of the case that we don't have, that you're tying my client to this case. Now look at this, looking back. Ann Taylor does not have copies of the lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Bryan Kohberger's parents' home, trash can, and other receptacles, and Bryan Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. As of May 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested materials, and based upon information belief, these reports contain exculpatory information. They're exculpatory because there was nothing there, which would indicate that a different car was used. Mr. Kohberger, number 2 is Mr. Kohberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. Request number 49, all lab testing, including photographs and other diagrams and bench notes, including but not limited to ISP and FBI forensic lab reports, including but not limited to lab report 11 and 25. They did not have those. They were supposed to go to a preliminary hearing. Mr. Kohberger request number 3, an order. Number 119, all notes, recordings from all officers from Moscow Police Department. As of May 4, 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Kohberger by MPD Detective Payne. What the fuck? She couldn't get anything from them. Why are they withholding? Training records. And this has to do with supplemental 1 and 2. The state's response now. The date, May 12th, 2023. Just a week later. By way of background, as of this date of this response, the state has provided the following discovery: 10,000 pages of reports, 10,200 photographs, 9,200 tips. Do you understand that they said that there's 26,000 tips in this case? They quoted us 26 G's. Approximately 51 terabits. La, 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 la. How did Ann Taylor fuck this up? How did she not bring the receipts in saying, we've had a discovery issue from jump? Why do you think I've had 25 supplemental requests in? Here's all this shit. You want to go down? How long do you want to be here for a while? I'll read it all off to you. Hippler. Six 8. State's supplemental response to defendants 1, 2, and 3. Again, a supplemental response to there's that stuff that you're asking for. Go back and look to what we gave you on the 3rd. Go back and look at what we gave you on the 23rd of March. The state on this day, the state incorporates its January 23rd, 2023 state's response to the request at the IgG, at the DNA, then boom, all. Then this is when fucking Bill Thompson's getting real fucking like scared. Why? Well, for some reason here, guess what happens here? I'm going in order. Defendant's response to state's request for discovery, disclosure, alibi demand. Alibi demand him. All of a sudden, we want an alibi demand. Then the mother lode bombshell gets dropped here. June 16th. This is where Bill Thompson decides to explain the steps on how back in January, when he wanted this informants, they're not going to be, we're going to invoke privilege. We always thought it was just this one person or maybe two, that there were these informants. No. Bill Thompson's informants that he was protecting back in January, when he wrote his response, he was protecting his IgG tree database informants. That means that Bill Thompson, when he responded in January of 2023, knew all of this shit. Because why are you invoking privilege in January for informants? Come to find out here in June. Again, now this is me looking back now and saying, was this really for that? Or were there really informants? Because I don't believe the IgG happened quick enough. I think they hid behind it. I think they had to hide behind something. And what better thing to use than IgG to hide behind? We're just not going to use it in anything that we're writing up, because we're like, none of this is fucking accurate. But because something's just off for me with that. Call it a hunch, call it whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. The timeline of it is shit. And it's not just a hunch, guys. It's the totality of everything that I've been looking at. Bill Thompson. Who are these informants? June, we're about. The FBI submitted, this is how they say it went down. Law enforcement found the DNA of a potential suspect at the crime scene, and the FBI submitted the DNA to one or more publicly available genetic genealogy services to determine potential relatives of the suspect. The names of the publicly available genetic genealogy services used and other informants described below. The disclosure of this information is not required by Rule 16. Now, factual background. This app in Meridian, Idaho, located DNA, submitted the STR DNA program. We just want these dates really quick. Does he give it to us? I think it's on the next one. Oh, I'm asking for the dates because he doesn't give it no dates. Unable to find a match using STR, law enforcement decided to use investigative genetic genealogy to find a lead. A DNA sample, such as a tube of saliva, to a genetic genealogy service like single nucleoid file. The same process used frequently by members of the public can also be used by law enforcement as part of their investigation. Once a publicly... So they admit right here, the FBI went into public databases, okay? A private laboratory. Idaho State Police utilized a private laboratory to develop an SNP profile from the DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. Date. The FBI. The private laboratory started using genetic genealogy to develop a family tree. But after law enforcement decided that the FBI would take over, the private lab ceased its efforts and sent the SNP profile to the FBI. That is a false statement. That is a false statement. And I don't know why Ann Taylor, back when she's fucking arguing shit, okay, and after you've having these motions to, you know, suppress and the motion limiting, people are testifying, people are getting up on the stand, you're getting more documents. Matthew Gamet didn't send nobody. How did the FBI get in possession of anything? Matthew Gamet, they didn't send. Go back and listen to what Matthew Gamet says on how that went down. Uploaded the SNP profile. This is what happens next. To one or more publicly available genetic genealogy services to identify possible family. This is so what they were doing. So again, here, just they flat out admit that they go into databases that they should not be going into. What Bill Thompson tried to do here, they tried to confuse everybody by talking about how it all works. The FBI would take over, the private laboratory ceased its efforts, and then sent the SNP profile to the FBI. Again, dates. Again, the private laboratory did not send anything to the FBI. Nothing. Fucking all of this is crazy. These are going back to these original filings, and it's just like they were just typing shit up and lying in these filings. What are these dates? Then the FBI uploaded the SNP profile to one or more publicly available genetic genealogy service to identify. Then the FBI, again, right here, the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, is what they came up with after doing their IgG work that one, like Gabrielle Vargas or any of these other IgG peeps. The FBI then sent to local law enforcement a tip to investigate the defendant. Again, date. After identification of defendant. Okay, so what Leah Larkin was saying is that the IgG process did not identify Bryan Kohberger. It identified multiple people. Okay? Because IgG doesn't identify a single person. Just so we're clear. And so Leah Larkin took very, very critical, like, she was like, this is fucking bullshit. Because you would have been looking at a couple different people in that family. Even once you get to Bryan, like, there would have been a couple different people that you're telling them about. Okay? So this after identification of defendant, this isn't, there was, what are you considering identification? Which the identification of defendant was actually on 11/29/2022 by means of the vehicle, allegedly. Exactly. Allegedly, they're like, I thought he was originally identified on 11/29. You see, like, I would use this to fuck with them. To say, which was it? Oh, wait, that's right. yeah, no, not over there. It's it's all fucked.
So again, what came first? The identification of the defendant on 11/29/2022 from his vehicle, knowing that you're going to tell them to start looking for a white Elantra, because this is important. Or was his name given up, and in order to say that you're looking for a white Elantra, you gave that information up on 11/25. So technically, on 11/25, you knew about Bryan Kohberger's name.
Because how did you single it out to be a white Elantra when it was so many other vehicles that were possibly available? This is not how you. That's why Stephen Becker's report for the defense, he said how they went about identifying a car is not. They didn't do anything that they would normally do. Like, no car was identified. The FBI to date would never be able to get up on that stand and tell you they ever identified a suspect vehicle. Because every video that they looked at, nothing was able to be used in the neighborhood of King Road, which is 1112. The only thing that they were able to use to identify was Ridge Road, and we went ahead and blew all that shit up to say that that was a different car because we have two cars because of the timestamps, and that's why they walked that shit back. And that's why we were like, well, ironically, remember, Becker's over here writing in he's like, well, ironically, they're not using this or this. They pulled the Ridge out. They pulled the mainstream or the Main Street 331 out. Wild shit was coming forward in the clips and what they were going to actually be using in their little report and presentation. That Becker report is the tits. And I hate to say, but I figured that shit out before Becker ever fucking put out its fucking report. Unreal. Then these people over here want to talk about overwhelming evidence? That's a joke. The only overwhelming evidence that I see is every fucking which way possible to hide all of this shit and to lie about how you got to him, which you just shouldn't have to do, because we should all be so proud of IGG and what it can do, you know? And there needs to be like rules surrounding it. There needs to be transparency about it. But there's also a reason that it's supposed to be the last thing that you use. And so why don't we ask everybody why it's supposed to be the last thing that we should use? Now today, I basically got proposed to by a guy that did a huge ass UC Davis. If you missed my live earlier, I want to let you guys know. If you guys were not aware of this, let me see. Yes. Izim, hello. Today, with the new update about Kohberger, I got a big concern. First of all, thank you for all of your work. I believe you have a very big impact on this case. Wait, hold on one second. Hold on, that's another person. That's another person. Hold on. I got like so many messages today. Okay, Aldrin John. Good day, Lana. I hope you are doing well. I am Aldrin, the lab manager and researcher who did the Touch DNA research in the UC Davis research project. I contacted this person because I wanted him on my show. Well, I got a message finally back. He says, I conducted research about simulating the pathway in Kohberger's case. Thank you for reading and using my research on your videos. I really appreciate it. We are still doing it using different pathways to simulate different case scenarios. We are trying to incorporate more data in our database. However, the project could be stopped because I'm leaving the United States due to a work visa issue. In light of this, I am currently applying for a green card under EB-2 NIW, which is basically sponsoring myself due to the national importance of our work. I am wondering if I could get a letter from you to use for my application that explains how you view our research, why we need to continue doing this research, importance and relevance of this research, and how the U.S. will benefit from this project. It does not need to be super long. Please let me know if you have any questions. Hope you have a great day. Thank you. I would be happy to write you a letter if you come on my channel. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What do you think? You're going to be like, what? So that was the letter I got today. And, you know, I could just write him and say, well, we can just get married and you can just stay. And you can just give me like a monthly stipend. Can you believe that? Like, I cannot believe that they're trying, that his work visa's up. I guess you have to leave and then you got to come back and stuff like that. I wonder what he was here for, like, school-wise, though. You know? But anyways, this was how my afternoon was. So I just want to let you know that I would be happy to write you a letter. And I would love to have you on the channel. Let me know. He's clearly been watching. Hopefully I didn't. That should have taken off. All that UC Davis work that they did in showing the touch DNA, shaking of the hands and how everything transfers, the stuff that they're using. Holy shit, it's insane. Anyways, I feel like I just got kind of like proposed to, but not really, for a green card. And so that's going to go down as one of my favorite fucking emails I've ever received in life. Because that shit's fucking hilariously awesome. My humor. 3 years later is pretty crazy. Why did he wait so long? Is that when I did that episode? I thought it was in 2024. So I think it was like 2 years. He's a shy guy. I don't want no shy guy. Oh, I should play that song for him. I just want a fly guy. So let's see who else is. I mean, I could sit here and show you guys all these videos. My stance has never changed. It's always just been about, hey, this case was really, really messed up. And they're over here claiming that they had to do extraordinary things because he was just so smart or something like that, you know? And I think, like, how could it be so smart to turn on your fucking phone after you just committed a homicide or 4 homicides 20 minutes ago? I just don't think that's smart. And he knows how everything works, so he knew that his phone would turn on, or he knew that he would start receiving, like, you know, it would ping and shit like that. And yeah. So let's see. It's looking more and more like we could have a potential frame job on our hands. Kate thinks that they framed him. I just think there's just a level of corruption here that just cannot let the truth be unraveled. take a look at, again, over here at Mainstream Media Land. Chris Como speaks out.
I want to play the video, or actually I'll have it in.
Right here.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
That was Bryan Kohberger pleading guilty to the brutal murder
of 4 University of Idaho students. Now he says he didn't do it. In a new bombshell court filing, he's claiming he was coerced. Plus, I'm going to tell you what the convicted murderer is saying from behind prison walls and share outrage from one of the victim's family members. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Wants to go back to court because he now says he is actually innocent. Yes, this is not a test. This is not a joke. Bryan Kohberger, after pleading guilty to the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, has filed a petition for post-conviction relief in Ada County, and we have all of the details for you. The 4 victims, who became known online as the Idaho4, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle, were brutally murdered in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The now famous porch photo, that's what I call it. We've all seen it. It shows those friends happy and smiling just hours before their lives were taken. The small-town police force in Moscow, Idaho, where the University of Idaho is located, had the overwhelming task of tracking down whomever brutally stabbed the 4 college students in their shared off-campus home. A critical piece of evidence was discovered next to one of the victims, the sheath to a K-bar knife with the U.S. Marine Corps emblem on it. Testing done on that sheath would be the key that would unlock the case. After weeks of investigation, the police announced that they had their man, but he wasn't in Idaho anymore. Bryan Kohberger was back home in Pennsylvania for winter break with his parents. Kohberger was a doctoral student at nearby Washington State University, studying, of all things, criminology. According to prosecutors, Kohberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath left behind at the scene. His Amazon purchase records also showed that he'd bought that type of knife and a sheath to go with it months earlier. After Kohberger was arrested and brought back to Idaho, pre-trial hearings and status conferences went on in Latah and Ada counties for months and months. Kohberger and his defense team insisted that he was innocent, but it all culminated in Kohberger deciding to enter a guilty plea. Just weeks before his trial was set to begin, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences. He's been locked up in a maximum security prison ever since, but now he wants out, and he's trying to take back his guilty plea. Here's a look back at that.
Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone asked questions today?
No.
Has promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
As part of Kohberger's plea agreement that removed the death penalty as a possible sentence, he waived his appeals.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
But in this new petition for post-conviction relief, Kohberger makes a complete about-face, taking back what he said in court last year. This new filing comes 2 days before Netflix is set to drop a new documentary on the case, which features interviews with Moscow's police chief and the family of Kaylee Gonsalves. As part of Kohberger's guilty plea,
That's all that Netflix could score was the freaking MPD. Ugh. Get out. Oh, I can't wait to see these clowns. Not the family. Don't get that twisted.
he wasn't required to make a proffer. That's a statement where a defendant lays out facts of the crime. In a proffer, those statements cannot be used against a defendant in court. I asked Prosecutor Bill Thompson about the decision to not get a proffer from Kohberger last year.
You know, I asked you this at the press conference. You said under the law, you can't be compelled to force him to allocute. But why not get a proffer from him? You know, hey, Ann, like we'll let him plead, but we need to know where he put the knife and how he got through the house and everything like that. Answer a few questions. Why didn't you ask for a proffer?
Well, we talked about that among the attorney team, and we made a decision that we wanted to make sure that the guilty plea itself was solid if he was going to plead guilty. Our experience, and Judge Hippler talked about this as well, is that frequently when defendants are being asked to explain, they start to minimize what occurred. They can't be trusted for the truthfulness of what they say. And we elected, in order to ensure a solid, sustainable guilty plea to all the counts, that we would not press for more than what the court was going to require as far as the defendant admitting to the truth of the charges.
But a proffer, I mean, you could have then rejected it and said, okay, we're going to trial. If you thought he was minimizing and lying, if you thought he was being dishonest, and he could have led you to the murder weapon.
I hear what you're saying, Anjanette, and he could have. We don't know if he would have or not. I don't think it would have changed the ultimate outcome. And our interest really is if we were going to be able to lock down a guaranteed result for the families and for the public, that was the focus. Mm-hmm. And we also reflected back to early on, I don't know if you're aware of this, but early on, when the FBI first came on board with this case, they sent agents from their behavioral analysis unit, their profilers, to work with this. And
yeah, and they said it was a ritualistic killing. They said there is an unsigned report. An unsigned report. It's unreal. That these people were fucking tortured. And that it was ritualistic in nature. And they were tortured. That's what somebody typed up a report and it just happened to be unsigned. Excuse me? In the file. Like, that's some wild shit.
They told us that based on what they were seeing about the nature of the crime scene, the crimes themselves, that even if we were to get the person who committed these crimes to try to explain why it happened, that it wouldn't make sense to normal people like us, and that they really can't be trusted to tell the truth because people like this live in their own different world, which is completely foreign to what we as normal people understand and can process. So that was a factor as well in our thoughts. This was probably one of the most bizarre cases I think that we've ever seen. And that sentiment was shared by experienced investigators who were working on the case from the very beginning.
So Bill Thompson said agents with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit told him and investigators that the person who murdered Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana couldn't be trusted to tell the truth. But Bryan Kohberger has told the New York Times that he's making an absolute claim of innocence. And we have an affidavit signed by Bryan Kohberger that he filed with his petition for post-conviction relief. In it, Kohberger states, "It is hereby declared that during attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Bryan C. Kohberger's immediate family, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. The following is material to the inception of the plea. Counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery he received during plea discussions, namely clumps of unknown hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands, as well as a failure of further inquiry. Number two, petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering a plea acceptance. Death row was imminent and advised to lie. Petitioner was to get a legal victory in entering a false plea. Number three, a gross misrepresentation of and promises regarding what a life sentence would immediately afford petitioner, and a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate story of counsel's horrific experience touring an actual 8x8 death row cell, all communicated to petitioner and his family, allegedly by IDOC.
This is why Anjanette Levy is the person that is the best when it comes to mainstream media. We've gone through how many different people. She showed the document in its entirety, read it in its entirety.
Through counsel, thus constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. The New York Times says Kohberger passed a statement to them by way of his family. Kohberger wrote, "Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State v. Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to, again, file for the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea, hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation, must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence." So let's break this down. I want to bring in Mark Weaver. He is a special prosecutor.
Okay, so I want to read this off. This is what Aubrey wrote. Gonsalves, 1,352 days. That's how long it's been since Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie were murdered. I wasn't planning on saying anything today, but after seeing that the man who admitted in court to murdering 4 innocent people now wants to withdraw his guilty plea, I couldn't stay silent. For him, this may be another legal filing. For me, it's another day without my sister. I'm Aubrey Gonsalves. I'm Kaylee's little sister, and Maddie wasn't just Kaylee's best friend, she was family. She was my big sister too. I don't know life without November 13th, 2022 anymore. Every birthday, every holiday, every family gathering, every milestone has 2 people missing who should still be here. They were silenced without a choice, without a second thought. They were murdered while they were sleeping in the place they should have been safest. They never got the chance to tell their story. They never got the chance to ask for mercy. Mercy was never going to be shown to them. So why should the person convicted of taking their lives, or taking their voices, continue to have one? This isn't a Netflix documentary. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This isn't entertainment. This is my life. These were real people. And every time this case is dragged back into the spotlight because of another filing, another theory, or another attempt to rewrite history, families like mine are forced to relive the worst days or day of our lives. For years, people have ignored the evidence because it doesn't fit the narrative they've convinced themselves is true. They ignore the DNA recovered from the knife sheath left beside my sister, the surveillance footage tracking the white Hyundai Elantra before and after the murders, the cell phone data documenting his movements that night, his phone disconnecting from the network during the window of the murders before reconnecting afterward, the repeated trips investigators documented to the King Road neighborhood before November 13th, the eyewitness testimony, the forensic evidence, the digital evidence, and the countless hours law enforcement spent piecing everything together until it all pointed to one person. Then there are the people who insist it would have been impossible for one person to commit these murders in the amount of time investigators established. It wasn't impossible. Experts explained why. The victims were asleep or caught completely off guard. They were attacked inside the same home on 2 floors in rapid succession. A large fixed blade and knife is capable of causing fatal injuries within seconds. It's a horrifying reality, but it is a scientifically possible one. Refusing to accept that doesn't change the facts. What hurts almost as much as losing them is watching strangers turn their murders into content. People make videos for views. People create conspiracy theories for attention. People argue over evidence as if this is some fictional mystery they get to solve. When they're done, they close the app and go back to their lives. We don't. We walk past and earn every day holding what we have left of Kaylee. That's our reality. People tell families like mine to move on. But how do you move on when your sister's life has been reduced to an urn sitting in your family's home? How do you move on when every birthday, every holiday, every accomplishment reminds you of everything she should still be here for? You get to put this case away when you're tired of hearing about it. My family doesn't. We live it every single day. So I'll leave you with this. Why should the man convicted of taking 4 innocent voices continue to have a platform loud enough to reopen old wounds, while Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan will never get another chance to tell the world who they were? So that was put out by Aubrey. I don't know exactly what time. I don't discredit anything that she's saying at all. But there's other experts that have spoken on this, a lot of them, and not just Brent Turvey, not just Syray, the people that wrote up reports that I've personally read that question it all as far as the amount of time, weapons, things like that. There's an FBI BAU report that somebody just did not sign, but definitely typed up a report stating very graphic details about the homicides. I do think there's people out there that just make stuff up. And I completely disagree with all that. Or talk about stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. I think talking about the documents that come out, talking about the process, truly examining the history of this case. I don't believe that anybody's rewriting anything here. And I can't say this enough, that the prosecutors failed this family and all of the families. And then I just think that the words that he's speaking right now about why this truly didn't go to trial, I think then potentially the families could have blame to be placed on the people that he's accusing of convincing him to go forward with all of this, using coercion tactics, using his family, not telling him about things. But the key word for me is this disinformation, not the misinformation, disinformation. That is purposely with an intent to deceive you. I couldn't imagine trusting a lawyer to tell me things that's being uncovered and that ever being purposely like lied about. So I'm curious of the depths of this alleged disinformation. And I think that we're fine to question the government. I think that questioning the government, the family did it. The family came out and was very vocal about it. The family questioned the government the whole entire time. The way that it looks like to me is that those police officers were strongly looking at Jack D. To the point that there's an officer that claimed to be that white car. I don't know what this Netflix is all about. Because that doesn't make sense with me when you're talking about platforms and going on stuff. My guess is that Netflix, we did this a while ago, and this is just when it's coming out. Anytime somebody's going to produce like a book, or there's going to be a documentary about it, or whatever, it's going to be talked about. I think it's just how you talk about it. I think there's a right way and there's a wrong way. But I think questioning the government is important. As U.S. citizens, it's important for us to do that. Discussing a timeline, it's important. And ultimately, our justice system, the way that it works is these are our rights. And again, I just keep going back on the fact that the anger or people being upset, it needs to be placed onto the people that made it this way. And that would be the prosecutors. So, I think that your heart should break for the families. I think that I couldn't imagine going through it. And that's why they get the utmost grace when Steve or anybody says anything. Anybody that's gonna, pin them down to every single word that they say or something like that. I mean, sorry, but that's just not. It's very easy to say something and that's not really how you meant it. So, but if police are telling you and law enforcement is telling you this is the guy, blah blah, we had to do that, we had to do things this way because we had to make sure that we get the guy, yada yada yada. Law enforcement's saying all this stuff to you. As a parent and your kid was murdered, what are you going to do? Say you're full of shit? No, you're going to believe law enforcement because that's your only hope at anything, is to trust in them. And because after that, I mean, who's supposed to go out there and get you justice, right? So I just think that when you're being lied to, or if you've ever been lied to, and I believe that the Gonsalves family has been lied to. I believe that we've all been lied to. And I know that's a fact because I'm sorry, but people were not sleeping. Xana was not sleeping. The 911 call didn't go out for 9 hours, 8 hours. You just didn't hear a creak in like a room because it's an old house. Somebody is saying that they saw a masked man in the house and they heard, someone crying. Then Dylan is saying that they were sleeping when she came home, and then in the latest one of these interviews. And so that would go from if Xana was sleeping, then how would Xana end up on the floor when you ran down to the room? Because Xana was sleeping. Now, how'd she get to the floor if she was there sleeping? But yeah, it's sad. It's sad that the families have to, go through this. But talking about it and questioning it, that's to me, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And I stand by how we do it here. Truth and transparency. And we do an extraordinary job, I think, or at least our efforts are very, very... Nobody can ever say that we don't put the effort in to go get material, okay, for clarity, for transparency. And people in their opinions here, they're all welcome. You have the right to your opinion and how you feel about something. Okay? So write your comment in the comment section. Write your comment in live chat. But what you don't have the right to do is, why do I have to attack you or you attack me because of your opinion or my opinion? Who gives a shit? It's our opinion. I don't see anybody going around calling Dylan and Bethany murderers and going to their houses and with a bullhorn and doing anything like that. Have you guys seen that yet? Let me know when that happens. That hasn't happened in this case. And I don't plan on it happening. Your efforts are fair, Lana. Thank you. I think that we do make fair efforts, and I think that I've never once withheld information because it didn't fit some narrative. Sorry. And if there's anybody that fucking went at Chris Whitcomb with every question possible to, like, this isn't a softball, okay? Like, what's up with this book? And what have you seen? And all of the above. And I think he did really good. And I think that I didn't hold back, and And I think that Bryan Kohberger filing this basically just catapulted that book. And that there's a lot more behind that book than anybody could have ever imagined. And now maybe there's a reason that I didn't get to see my 59,000 files. I'm glad I will not be bullied anymore for not liking Ann Taylor. Well, I don't know who's bullying you, Miss Carson. I think asking questions is smart. You know, when your kids don't know something in school, what do you tell them to do? Raise your hand, ask the questions. There is no stupid question, right? So, I agree with Katie's comment here. There's much more going on behind the scenes and has been for some time. And how I see this also is I think that Bryan Kohberger finally, the first time ever, do you know how many hit pieces have been out on this case? And I just mean it like in this case in general. Just the amount of hit pieces on this case that has taken place. Countless. And here I see finally, you know, Bryan Kohberger got his opportunity and he took it. Netflix is announcing, hey, this is coming out on the 29th. Okay. Well, I'm going to be dropping my stuff on the 27th. Before Netflix comes out, not after. So maybe he was thinking about doing this in August. Okay. But he bumped it up because he had the opportunity to put this out before the Netflix dropped. And I think that it's really smart. And that's in this whole entire thing. Now get this, he's never had an opportunity to do that. Okay. And we didn't know until how long ago that Netflix was dropping something. I knew that there was going to be, I knew Netflix was doing something, but it was originally going to be around following, I believe, a couple families, or at least one, for the trial. So, what else you guys got? I'm not really interested in what he has to say. You guys can listen to what he has to say on his own, unless you guys are. I'm interested, though. I like to hear, when Anjanette likes to give her little talking points. Is this where the family? Okay. So I will play this, though.
First off, we are not surprised, even though Bill Thompson said with the plea deal, all appeals would be waived. We knew that wasn't factual. Anyway, his time to plea was running out, September to be exact. They're saying there was a September deadline. Gonsalves's family statement states, the mosquito you just can't seem to swat. That is what Kohberger and his following have become to this family. We read Mr. Baker's story, and he must be so proud of himself for speaking with Mr. Kohberger, because the story didn't have much else in it other than a guilty man claiming he is innocent once again. Nothing in the story or in Kohberger's statements does he allude.
Okay, so right here, I will just say this. Steve has now given it totally fair game. Now I know it's totally fair game. So when I said to Steve, I cannot believe that you went on that ass clown J for Justice's fucking show. She doesn't know shit. She's a fucking horrible human being. And she doesn't know shit about shit. It's fair game. Because he's talking over here about Mike Baker. Basically, Mike Baker. I don't even know why I talk about Mike Baker like that. Like, the dude put in a post-conviction relief, you know what I mean? But that's my way of busting balls with Steve to say, all right, I get it. I talked a lot of shit about fucking J for Justice. Go ahead, have at, Mike for writing up an article, but it was on a legitimate filing in in a court proceeding. So that's my little humor and banter. I get it. Jay for Justice probably took a lot of heat. What's up, Jay? What's up, Jeff H? How you doing, man? Sounds like BK is a pro-burger, believing the notions of Dr. Turvey. When Bryan finally sees the photo of Ethan's hand, I bet he's gonna regret going to trial. I would hope that he's already seen that photo. That's all I have to say about that. But good to see you in here, Jeff H. I know you're a huge fan, so I'm happy that you're here.
To the fact that he did not knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently admit to murdering the 4 victims of this tragedy, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Quite to the contrary, he appeared in court in a hearing in front of a judge with his 4 lawyers. He did this after deciding not to leave his fate and the facts of the case up to a jury to decide his guilt. He never cried wolf or claimed he was uninformed, pressured, or that there were issues with the discovery that he and his counsel had for 2 years that he thought should have been challenged. He admitted to guilt and asked whether he actually was guilty. He said yes. I am sure there will be a hearing, as that is how the legal process works, and the defendant will get another day in court. What do you make of the statement from the Gonsalves family?
That's the first I've heard that. First of all, that's a powerful metaphor, a mosquito, because a mosquito can draw blood, and a mosquito has no real good purpose out there other than to harass and annoy. And this feels like re-victimization, doesn't it? And certainly none of us can understand what it's like for that family to have this brought up again, just as they're putting a little bit of this in the rearview mirror. Their statement also does lay out the proper timing for a motion to withdraw guilty plea would have been last September, and the standard by which those are judged, which is whether or not the defendant made a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent waiver of his rights when he pled guilty. During these change of plea hearings, and I've sat through countless of them over the years, judges take a long time to make sure that every single question asked is fully understood by the defendant and that the answer is voluntary, knowing, and intelligent. I don't think there's any doubt that happened in this case. But once again, Bryan Kohberger would like to not be in prison. He now realizes how his life is going to be hell for a long time because his fellow inmates know that what he did. And as a result, he's twisting and turning and trying to find a way out of this. I don't think it'll be successful.
Will he get a hearing?
Well, that's interesting. In motions for post-conviction relief, there is not a requirement to have a hearing. A judge can do what's called a summary dismissal. That is looking at the papers and deciding that the prosecution doesn't even need to respond. I worked on a case last year, a felony prosecution. I recently got notice that the defendant had filed a motion for a post-conviction relief. The judge doesn't have to grant that hearing if on the papers the judge doesn't see anything worth having a hearing about. I don't practice in Idaho, but I imagine it's the same there. So a post-conviction relief process does not require a hearing, but it often has one. If for no other reason, it shows other courts of appeals that each judge took the time to carefully review each of the filings.
It really is stunning. We'll wait to see what comes of this. I'm, again, not surprised by it at all. I always thought without a proffer that we might be in this place. Mark Weaver, thank you so much for coming. Legal team and most of his immediate family members, and he was convinced and coerced to lie and to falsely confess. He was convinced that this would be a legal victory.
Yeah, let's unpack it. First of all, when you plead guilty, you give up most of your appellate rights. That's different than if you go to a trial and the jury convicts you. There's a different array of appellate rights available in that case. So when you plead guilty, you are giving up a lot of appellate rights. Second of all, there's a 42-day window in Idaho when you have to file your motion to withdraw your plea. That came and went last year. So he can't file a typical motion to withdraw a guilty plea, even though those rarely work. He's left with what we call PCR, post-conviction relief. Most defendants file motions for post-conviction relief. Rarely are these things granted. The standard was the The representation by his defense counsel so bad, so ineffective, that when he was answering questions with the judge, that he didn't even know what he was being asked. It's probably not going to be granted for a couple of reasons. One is I didn't like his lawyers very much, but they were pretty effective. They got him off the death penalty. And number two, if there's anybody who ought to understand a judge's questions, and I sit as an acting judge sometimes.
I'm sorry, but how can you seriously say that somebody was effective just because they got the death penalty off the table? That is right there in and of itself the reason that needs to go. We should not be judged as a lawyer if we got the death penalty. We got the death penalty off the table. Yeah, we got the death penalty off the table because somebody decided to lie. I mean, what? That's absurd. That is so absurd to me, that the logic behind that. Why don't people just go for the death penalty with every fucking killing then? That's just wild to me. Like, wow. But Ann Taylor believed in her client that he was innocent. And she's the one that came out and said it all those times. And so remember, what we've always asked here is, like, did Ann Taylor know something that none of us knew? Like, did Bryan say, okay, dude, I did it, and get me this fucking deal? And now we know that didn't happen. So how does Ann Taylor square up what she did when they're talking about that they're dealing with a factually innocent client? Okay. We believe in Mr. Kohberger's innocence, all this stuff. And again, it wasn't like Mr. Kohberger maintains his innocence. It was she's going and saying these things. Mathis is saying these things. And you don't have to do that. That is not a sign of zealously representing your client. Okay. Just nuts.
When the local municipal court judge is out on training. So I've done thousands of these. The judge has to ask the defendant a question over and over again. Do you understand this? Do you understand that? You're giving up this right. You're giving up that right. If there's anybody who understands that, it's someone in a PhD program for criminal justice. So the notion that he didn't know what he was doing, rather far-fetched.
He is a smart guy, but I go back to his attorneys. They kept saying they questioned his competency and they monitored his competency. They said he had level 1 autism, used to be called Asperger's, a disorder. What are the chances that his lawyers were aware at all that he was going to do this? Because he, his lawyers, they've never said a peep about this. I think they've issued one statement where they called out one of their defense experts for coming out and basically saying that he believed Bryan Kohberger was innocent.
Yeah, ironically, when you allege ineffective assistance of counsel, you have to get a new set of lawyers to do that, or you couldn't have the same lawyers who were allegedly so ineffective represent you on appeal. He's currently filing this by himself, but I wouldn't be surprised if his family or his sister or somebody found some lawyer to actually litigate for him after he's filed this. Notions of competency are heard ahead of a trial, certainly ahead of any plea. And the lawyers tried that. They tried raising that. The judge didn't find any merit to that. So we have no reason to think he's incompetent to stand trial. Nearly everybody who murders people has.
This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. When was there a motion filed that Ann Taylor was claiming that Bryan Kohberger was incompetent to stand trial? No, that never happened. It was put in a brief, in like a motion about talking about that Bryan Kohberger went from being very involved, but then after basically January, he wasn't involved in his case as much. And I think that's because that was all the mitigating stuff. I'm sorry, but Who wants to partake in any of that mitigating shit? The mitigating stuff. So you want to talk about if I did this, like, why are we even doing this? How do you prepare to mitigate something like that you didn't do? How are you asking someone to rationalize that with you and to participate in that? I'm saying, like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I would be saying, you want me to now sit here with you guys and figure out a way that if I am found guilty, what we can do and say to try to not have them put me to death? And you want me to say that this is why I did something? Like, what? That doesn't square with me. Lana, does BK PCR filing change the landscape for your interview in the EWU case? Do you think it's of my intervention? Okay, do you think it will help disclosure? I think I think all of this stuff should have been out there already, and stuff that's already out there should have to be altered to be more revealing. It's interesting. I don't know. I think it should go forward. There's no big secrets here. Like, so this stuff should have never been sealed in the first place. Stuff that was filed. That's what the whole, like, the record is for. The courts, your official docket. That's the court. That's what you're supposed to be using, and not any of the propaganda. And then here, let's use the docket, but we're going to seal everything so that all the propaganda can continue. And now it's a year later, and we still are only on, like, we're not even through 2025's filings. Laughable. Like 6 months worth. We're not to the stuff that was in January of 2025. Like, where's the Frank? I want the Franks. Give me the Franks.
Something a little bit wrong in their head. Not everybody. There's some perfectly healthy people who do it for love or money or power or whatever. But most people who slaughter others with a knife, particularly 4 of them at night and doing all the creepy things he did, have a little something wrong. But that's not enough to overturn your guilty plea.
He is basically saying that he was coerced into doing this, that there have been misrepresentations. He said there was a story of a horrific experience and all of this stuff. He says there is more information that has come out with all of this stuff being unsealed now by the courts that we're now seeing that shows that he was innocent. Where do you think he is getting this?
Well, again, a lot of free time, a creative mind, and full access to a law library with all the cases. And you could put all.
Did he not understand the question? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. My question is he's referring to his own case and the unsealing of the dockets of the documents that were sealed. This shouldn't be news to Bryan Kohberger, right? Because was he not seeing the material? Did he not know about what was going on in this case? But also, what are you talking about? Fanciful imagination. What are you talking about? The law library. What the hell does that have to do with him claiming that the documents that are being unsealed are revealing a completely different narrative than y'all have been spinning since 2022? And I believe that holds true to no matter who would be in the defendant's chair. What has been spun here doesn't matter who the defendant would be in this case. When you're talking about multiple perpetrators, when you're talking about very, very, like, why was not all this stuff tested? Not every little thing, but stuff to show that there's got to be mixture here of the upstairs blood with the roommates in the downstairs. I mean, this was a succession killing, one after the other. Nobody changed gloves. Nobody changed a weapon. So let's do some more testing and swabs and in these bedrooms, and there's got to be a mixture here. Oh, but there's not. And they didn't keep testing. Why? So, again, he just goes off and wants to just talk about whatever he wants to talk about. He doesn't answer Anjanette's question. Let's see if Anjanette, reels him in.
That shows that he was innocent. Where do you think he is getting this?
Well, again, a lot of free time, a creative mind, and full access to a law library with all the cases. And you can put all sorts of theories together. Whatever he is saying that is coming out to public now was known by him and his lawyers because they would have received it through the criminal discovery process. So there's no new information.
Wait, what do you mean new? What do you mean he would have known? That's if he was part and provided stuff, right? But let's say even if he was, he's over here saying like the material that is being revealed is showing you that it's not what it seems to have been, right? And I just want someone to be interviewed that has the sack to get out here in mainstream media world and go through this evidence and point out where, yes, everything that Bill Thompson was going to go in there and argue and they were going to be presenting with their, exhibits points to everything that they said. Please, I dare you. Come on, nobody can get anybody to do that.
That he didn't know. It might be new to us, but it wasn't new to him and his lawyers. And I think, I've gone to prisons and talked to people in prisons that have gotten tours and that sort of stuff. And when you talk to them, nearly everyone in there will tell you they didn't get a fair trial. And they've got some long-winded theory about why it wasn't fair because they've got nothing but time to think about it. But that's not the standard. The standard for post-conviction relief is, can he prove that there was such an effective assistance of counsel that he didn't know what it means to plead guilty. And he didn't know what he was pleading guilty to. And there are cases out there of people with 5th grade educations who've been found to understand those questions. Certainly somebody who's in a PhD program in criminal justice understands those questions.
Interesting. One thing you and I have talked about many times is the fact that Bryan Kohberger, as a condition of this plea, was never told, okay, we need you to sit down and make a proffer and answer some questions for us and give us information. Where's the K-bar knife? Where's the murder weapon? Where are the clothes? He was never required to do that. That can be a condition of a plea. And I played the clip from Bill Thompson earlier here in the podcast showing his answer to me about that. What are your thoughts now? Now we have this more than a year later after the sentencing or after the guilty plea and the sentencing. What do you make of this? Does this show that a mistake was made?
Yeah, first of all, your viewers should know nobody's covering this case like you are. You raised this last year. We talked about it at least twice, maybe 3 times. And I hate to be critical of fellow prosecutors because most of my legal work involves prosecution. And there may be things we don't know about what the prosecutor knows. But the prosecutor could have said to the...
See that? Everyone's so scared. Everyone's so scared to just, I just never learned that as an athlete, that people call each other out all the time. For example, today, Charles Barkley basically told LeBron James off and said, you can't go to any city that you can't stack a team. And I absolutely fucking loved it. I thought it was great. Why can't a prosecutor criticize another prosecutor? Why do people feel that way? Why do people in the law world feel like they can't admit or give an opinion when they think somebody is made a mistake? Or, Jesus, imagine that's crazy. It's because of that little world they live in. And it's the big circle jerk. Judges, defense attorneys, prosecutors. You don't go to prosecution school. You don't go to defense school. Okay, you don't go to judge, law school. You are all going to law schools at all these places to get a law degree, to practice law. And then you then assume the positions of judges, defense attorneys, prosecutors, federal, state, and it's like, it's a little club. And if you want to be in that little club, you're going to do certain things. And it's crap. I think that you should have to go to judge school and defense school and prosecutor school. We need to bust that up. I also think that the public defender's office should be put on cases just like the prosecutors are immediately when they involve homicides. Keep an eye on those motherfuckers. By the way, I did ask Anjanette Levy if she could come on my channel, and she has to get stuff approved. So I'm doubtful that I'll be getting approved to have Anjanette Levy on my channel. I promise to not cuss. I just value Anjanette Levy's work, and like I said, she's the only person I fuck with mainstream media. Also, she's in Ohio. Love it. Guess who we didn't hear from? I want to close out my live tonight with a boom. Guess who we didn't hear from? Ashley Banfield. Ashley Banfield. Where's she at? Where's Ashley Banfield? If she did something, let me just put it this way. I didn't see it. Let's see. Did Banfield give a little drop? Oh my God, I just said that, and here she is 4 hours ago. I gotta take it all back.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. And it turns out Bryan Kohberger.
Here she is. Listen.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. And it turns out Bryan Kohberger is bored. And I can imagine it would be boring to be in solitary for an entire year as you face another potential,
Okay. Bryan Kohberger has been in solitary confinement for this entire year. Where's that information coming from? Solitary confinement? Or was he just in, what is he in?
No. 65 to 70 more of those boring years? Bryan Kohberger has decided to take pen to paper, and I don't know what kind of paper. I'm only assuming it's toilet paper because it's what's most appropriate for someone like him, and write himself up a cute little motion. I'm not happy with the way things turned out. Bryan Kohberger's not happy with the way things turned out. The PhD in criminology turns out didn't quite understand what he was getting into when he did that whole plea thingy-majiggy. Yeah, the PhD program.
Dude, since when do all of these mainstream people, why aren't they talking about the actual material? They say that I can't have this on my channel. I can't have somebody coming on here going, I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. People cannot talk about the facts. Why can't people talk about the facts? The fact is he filed this. All this other freaking charade. He filed this. He's claiming this about all of it. Like, I just... None of these people can talk about any freaking merit and substance. Just wild, man.
I guess it doesn't yield the smartest people, because when he said, yes, Your Honor, I'm guilty of all of this, he says, well, wait a minute, I wasn't really. I was boondoggled. The system. He's just desperate to get attention, to get a day trip out of the Idaho Max, just some change of pace from the horror show that is his life. The blank, desolate walls.
Why aren't we talking about all the constitutional issues in this case? And that right under all of your guys' noses who was covering this case, you guys allowed all of our constitutional rights to be absolutely upended. That's what you all allowed. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how you've been turning a blind eye to the federal agents of our world here, fucking with our rights. How about that? Oh God, what's that?
Or his life, he wants a break from it. So Bryan
Let's not forget. Ashley was trying to get in Epstein's pants.
Kohberger, he decided to break his silence finally. And from prison, he is saying now something that could throw this entire University of Idaho quadruple murder story right back into court. I will say that with a caveat. It's a big maybe. It's a big fat maybe that he ever gets into court again. But he could. Stick around, because you're going to hear the possibilities in a hot minute of whether Bryan Kohberger's toilet paper motion is actually going to get him a day trip and a different kind of bologna sandwich and a different kind of cell for, I don't know, even 24 hours. If you were with me in this same place last summer, right around the same time, you'll remember that Bryan Kohberger pleaded guilty a year ago. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Madison Mogen. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Xana Kernodle. And he pleaded guilty to the fourth murder of Ethan Chapin. And that plea deal came together only a couple of weeks before he was set for an entire murder trial, a capital death penalty murder trial. Just weeks before that was scheduled to begin, and weeks before we, after years of gag orders, were going to finally get some questions answered, like, what did the investigation...
Ashley Banfield has not done a single thing with this case in looking at any of the documents that have been unsealed. That's a fact.
discover in all of this work that they did? How much do you have on this guy that you kept under the gag? Some of it came out, but what else do you have? Because up until now, this has been such a mystery. Why did he do it? Why did he pick those kids? It seemed they had nothing to do with him. Nothing. So why? It is the most heinous thing you can do. Hand-to-hand combat. Murdering someone in cold blood in the most violent way as they sleep peacefully. Like, why? We thought we'd get some of that in that scheduled trial. But no, I guess he finally decided, they got me. And it is death penalty, so I'm kind of scared of that. And in exchange for him admitting it, confessing it, promising us in court that he did do it, all of it, all four, the prosecutor said, fine, we'll take the death penalty away. And you can rot in hell for the rest of your life. Life, no parole. But you don't die. And remember, everybody, in the years leading up to this, Idaho took a page out of, I think it was Ohio, pardon me if I'm wrong, but took out a page from another state on how to build a better mousetrap when it comes to executions. And they were thinking, firing squad. Firing squad works for us. Let's build the chamber. It's possible. It's been reported that it's possible, as Bryan Kohberger was being held in jail before prison, that he might have actually heard some of the construction. Can you imagine? That's my new firing squad chamber that I could get. And maybe that informed his decision to take the death penalty off the table, maybe just stick around for a while longer. So he decided to give that plea, and he stood before a judge, and he admitted that he stabbed all four of these students, stabbed them to death inside their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. But he was never required, and I will never get over this, and
She's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs tonight. This is wild.
I am very frustrated with the prosecutors in Idaho for this because they agreed to it. He never was required to explain himself. He was never required to say why he did it. He was never required to give a detailed confession. It's called an allocution. And he didn't have to give one. And we all waited for it. We whoa, 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 you're wrapping this thing up? He didn't even say why or what the hell? Nope. Just, I did it freely, intelligently, and I did it because I'm saying this because I'm guilty, not because it's just a bunch of paperwork. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. So Bryan Kohberger, instead of, heading into the new chamber that was on its way to being operational, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. And I know you're going to say, well, if you get 1 life, no parole, why do you even need the other ones? Well, for starters, they're consecutive. So when you finish one, the next one starts. And I know you can't die and be reborn all at once, as most of you believe. But if one of those murders somehow gets successfully challenged in some kind of an appeal, and I'll get there too, you still have the consecutive 3. And if another one goes down, you still have the consecutive 2. So it's kind of like, you're never getting out without a toe tag, right? Technically, in that plea, he had to give up his right to an appeal. I know you heard it too, right? So you're asking me, why are we even here today? He had to give up his right to an appeal when he took this sweetheart deal. I mean, sweetheart deal, life, no parole, 4 times over. But hey, you're not going into the new death chamber. So the technically part of giving up your right to an appeal, devil's always in the details. And in this one, the devil incarnate is in these details because you still have a little itty bitty right to come back for a bite at the apple. You can't appeal what went on in the courtroom. You can't appeal that, but you can say, something happened with my lawyers, and I believe I was cheated by my own attorneys. It's called ineffective assistance of counsel. And I know if you've already read some reporting, you probably saw that those words weren't there. We'll get to that too. I'm going to explain all of this, why suddenly this dirty, rotten, quadruple murderer gets this other bite at the apple. A chance to peek his little rat face outside of his rat hole prison and demand more attention, me, look at me. And then read my toilet paper scratch and see how smart I am. But now Bryan Kohberger says he's innocent and says that plea has to be withdrawn. It must be withdrawn in the most egotistical, blowhard terminology you could ever imagine coming out of Hollywood. This is his toilet paper plea. And he says that even if this results in the case being reopened, I want my plea withdrawn, even if reopening that case exposes me once again to the death penalty. But for the first time since his arrest, almost 4 years ago, he's speaking publicly. He called the New York Times, and specifically a reporter named Mike Baker. He did so from his Idaho maximum security institution, and he declared what he called a, quote, absolute claim of innocence.
I don't know if she's more upset that she didn't get the call and Mike Baker did, or that this whole process is happening. Tina is still trying to figure that out. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Why the fuck haven't you hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down yet? Make yourself known.
When Mike Baker asked him about the actual evidence against him, conveniently, Bryan Kohberger refused to discuss it with him. And instead, he said the following. The intention is for all of those questions to be investigated and answered appropriately in a trial setting. Oh, I get it. You want to go back into court. You want everybody to see you again. Now you want to be heard again. I feel like he was kind of yanking Mike Baker's chain because, again, within a few hours of the story posting in the New York Times, Bryan Kohberger actually filed it, this handwritten motion with the court. It's a petition and a little chicken scratch basically saying that the whole world has been unfair to him, including the lawyers who saved his life. This handwritten petition was made public Monday, and again, today is July 27th. And in it, Kohberger is asking to withdraw this plea, this guilty plea, and overturn his convictions and take the case to trial. He says the reason is that his plea, this PhD student in criminology, his plea was the product of ineffective legal counsel, false promises, quote unquote, and quote, blatant disinformation. According to the New York Times, Mr. Kohberger, who had court-appointed representation all throughout the case, ending with his guilty plea, said that he prepared the document, he, himself, to challenge the case on his own. In the new filing, Kohberger claims his defense team failed to disclose or properly review evidence that could have helped to clear him. He also alleges that his attorneys made promises about what his life in prison would look like, and that those promises induced him to plead guilty. So, okay, so my lawyers promised me life in prison would be great, and it isn't. Life in prison? Ain't no prison anywhere in America where life in prison is great, or good, or even like moderately sucky. It's awful. Period, end of story. Life in prison, no parole, is about as bad as it gets. And since Bryan Kohberger had been in protective custody, even waiting for trial when you're in jail, he knew that. He knew that. Again, he's a PhD in criminology. It isn't like he's a hairdresser who just didn't know what the hell was going on around him. This is his business. So, yeah, I was ill-advised. I want you to hear his exact words, but I want you to brace yourself because I had a whole full-on milk spit take. And honest to God, the language, he belonged on Broadway at one point. He's such a queen. Okay. It is hereby declared. It's hereby declared. During attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Bryan C. Kohberger's immediate family, petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder, felony burglary, by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. Okay, so he's basically accusing Ann Taylor and her defense team, the best friends he had in the world, of withholding information that would have proven he was innocent. So Ann, as an amazing lawyer, had no interest in winning a case. No interest. No, she had no interest after 3 years of trying to save this guy's life, and stated off the bat, he's innocent, and we're going to prove it, right? So he's suggesting that Ann Taylor had all this discovery that showed I was innocent and still pushed me into a deal. Come on now. Come on now. The following is material to the inception of the plea deal Mr. Kohberger bloviates. Number 1, counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery received during plea discussions, namely clumps of unknown hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands, as well as a failure of further inquiry. Number 2, petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering plea acceptance. So being actually guilty doesn't matter. Being innocent, no, just plead. If you're innocent, just go ahead and plead. Again, he's a PhD in criminology. Come on. Death row was imminent, and advised to lie, petitioner was to gain, quote, legal victory in entering a false plea. So he doesn't get it. So yeah, apparently he thinks it's a legal victory to enter into a false plea. Number 3, a gross misrepresentation of and promises regarding what a life sentence would immediately afford petitioner. So what, were you told you were going to the Ritz? Were you told that there'd be a pool? Were you told there was massage and Zumba at 5? Life is life. It's toe tag parole. Again, student of PhD program in criminology. I was misled as to what life in prison no parole was going to be like. Unfair. He continues, and a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate fabricated story of counsel's horrific experience touring an
Come on, Ash. We have to do a live together. Come on, girl. One time for the cheap seats. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What'd you think? You going to the Ritz, boy? She's fucking out of her fucking mind right now. Oh, God. Ashley, bring it, baby.
Actual 8x8 death row cell, all communicated to petitioner and his family, allegedly by IDOC, Idaho Department of Corrections, through counsel, thus constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. In common parlance here, I was told death row was really, 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 really bad. The cell was 8x8. It was horrific there. So I was really pushed into pleading guilty to murdering 4 people so I could be in, I could be in a different facility for the rest of my natural life. Okay. So in making his statement, Kohberger decided to talk to the New York Times. I mentioned that before, and he actually wrote out a full statement to them. And through his family, this is what he shared with the New York Times. Quote, over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed. And the public demands the truth. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA probable cause affidavit was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure, and justice shall remain abjectly miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state's opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again file for the death penalty. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must, all caps, must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence, there aren't that many, and continue to critically analyze the case. I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. Well, I don't think the family's doing themselves any favors. I think they had a real shitstorm to get through after their murderous brother, son, did the things that he did to those 4 beautiful kids. Yeah, a lot of the family members took it on the chin for him, and I really hope that they're not party to this, because if they are, that shitstorm is about to become Everest after 4 o'clock. Now, let me tell you something else here. I want a trial. I want the public to have clarity. Fuck off. You don't want the public to have clarity. You just want something else here. I want a trial. I want the public to have clarity. Fuck off. You don't want the public to have...
Fuck off. I love it. Fuck off. Ever since Ashley has gone rogue, she has gone rogue after News Nation. This is the best fucking shit I think I've ever seen. Okay. This might even be better than my closing act tonight. Oh my God. Fuck off. Somebody get her another bottle, baby. This gonna be good shit.
Clarity, you public? To have clarity? Fuck off. You don't want the public to have clarity. You just want to get out of your cell. You want to be on camera and you want to be relevant. But you just wrote this on a shitty little, I don't know, I say toilet paper because that's what you are. I'm not the only one who feels this. The Idaho Attorney General, Raul Labrador, said that his heart goes out to the victims' families who have, quote, already endured unimaginable loss and must now face today's deeply painful news. That's an understatement. Somebody else who feels a little like I do, Mark Eiglarsh. Mark is a former prosecutor, so he knows what he's talking about. And he's also a criminal defense attorney. And usually I am met head on with a robust argument. Not today. Not today. No, Mark Eiglarsh sees this for what it is as well. And I had a hell of a conversation with him. And if you are on the ledge about to jump because you're so upset that this MFer might actually get another bite at the apple and head back into a courtroom and twist the knife for these suffering families, well, I think you're probably going to like our conversation. Hey guys, listen up. Most men aren't trying to stand in front of a mirror with a 6-step skincare routine. I get it. Nobody has time for that. And
excuse me for my commercial break.
that's why Particle Face Cream is such an easy win. Eye bags, the dark spots, hyaluronic acid, all these stuff, which I really like. The eau de parfum, so use it. Check out later. Do you think Bryan Kohberger is just bored in jail and needs something to do?
That's definitely part of it. It's also a great PR campaign for him. I don't know what it's like being in prison under those circumstances, but he wants fans. He wants people to give him money. He probably wants a life. He knows his chances of winning this motion, I equate to be somewhere between 0 and remote. If you want an image with that, I'll say it's the same as Bigfoot finally riding a unicorn.
Or a snowball's chance in hell.
Something like that, or unscrambling an egg, whatever metaphor you want to run with.
I'm really glad you said that because I think that that's what people needed to hear the most. When someone like this, raises their ugly rat-like head and stirs the pot again and effectively twists the knife. And I'm sorry for that, but that really is how it feels for a lot of these families.
I understand.
There's no relief for them, is there?
Well, what would have been worse, candidly, would have been a long, protracted trial if they would have gotten the death penalty. You're talking about 30 years of appeals, most likely, if they ever were to get the death penalty. It would have been, I think, 10 times worse. Here, the judge will look at the motion. It will be denied. He'll then seek his appellate remedies, which will, mean nothing. And then he goes away until he files something else.
So this will be dispensed with quickly. This won't be a long, protracted series of hearings and appearances by that bastard.
It's a lot like the Luigi Mangione preliminary hearing that should have taken 5 minutes. You never know what a judge is going to do, right? You don't know who you're going to get. This one should be denied fairly quickly, but you never know what judges are going to do. Sometimes they have their own reasons for wanting the limelight. I don't know.
So you mentioned then he'll perhaps exercise his appellate rights, but it's so confusing to the layperson out there because we heard the judge say, you're giving up, you're waiving your right to appeals by taking this plea. It's never really quite that simple, is it?
Correct. There's one limited exception, and he's pursuing that one exception. The Sixth Amendment guarantees him the right to seek relief if his constitutional rights were violated in this fashion. He's alleging that his attorneys did not provide effective assistance of counsel. They threatened, they coerced him. He's using the exact buzzwords that he found in cases where relief has been granted. And then worse, he's saying, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I've been framed like the Mona Lisa. Not his words, mine. And those are the right words to get you into the ballpark. But then the judge will say, okay, where's your evidence, murderer? And he'll say, oh, I don't have any. And the state's going to say, we have evidence just to the contrary. Remember the plea colloquy, those questions that the judge asked of you to make sure that you knowingly, intelligently, freely, and voluntarily gave up your cherished constitutional rights? Remember those questions? Like, are you satisfied with your attorney? Did you have enough time to talk to your attorneys? Are you doing this because you're guilty? Anybody force you, threaten you, coerce you to give up your rights? So the evidence is inconsistent with his claims.
Yeah, because he actually used those words. And I was so thankful, going back over it, that the judge said, are you making this plea because you are actually guilty, as opposed to because it's really cool paperwork that's working out for you right now? The words were actually uttered because you are actually guilty. And his answer was, say it with me, yes.
And,
so
and instead of filing, and instead of filing this insulting motion, he should be hugging and kissing the ground that his attorneys walk on because they saved his life against all odds. They got life. That was always the best case scenario for him. It was never going to lead to a dismissal. His DNA was found on the knife sheath. There was plenty of evidence here. He would have been convicted and been on death row. He at least enjoys whatever freedoms there are of being a lifer as opposed to somebody.
I love it right here. Everybody says it. They say the sheath, and then they can't say anything after. They say the sheath, and then and just a mountain of evidence after that. Watch this. This is my favorite one when people come and want to talk about the evidence.
They saved his life against all odds. They got life. That was always the best case scenario for him. It was never going to lead to a dismissal. His DNA was found on the knife sheath. There was plenty of evidence here. He would have been convicted and been on death row. He had.
Fuck. Hey, can you back up right there? Let's talk about this plethora of evidence, whatever the fuck you just said. They have nothing. They only say the sheath every fucking time. And then that's it. What if this guy seems like he's a personal injury attorney, and he's just waiting for the ambulance call. That's just the feeling I get with this guy. We'll make him pay. We're dealing.
He enjoys whatever freedoms there are of being a lifer as opposed to somebody on death row. He should be thanking them instead of condemning them.
Yeah, I mean, the evidence was overwhelming. It is frustrating to me, and I'm going to get back to that, by the way, that he should be thanking them. I think he should have sent Ann Taylor a fruit basket or something, because that woman worked her ass off for 3 years to save his life, and she is no joke. She's a really great attorney. But what about the whole notion that the prosecutors did not insist?
Ashley tried to get her disbarred. I'm sorry. Ashley, what are you talking about? You were the one that started all that bullshit about Kara Kernodle. What is wrong with you? You're such a liar. You said that Ann Taylor was a fucking lying, cheating bastard. Oh my God. She tried to take Ann's fucking license from her. This fucking fickle bitch. Ashley, come on now. Come on. Don't be getting fickle on me, girl. Fuck off. I can't. Sorry, I can't. Hold on. Ashley, it's okay. That's her O face. Leave her alone.
On some kind of allocution where he had to openly say what Dennis Rader did. Here's what I did. Here's how I did it. Here's what happened to this one. Here's what happened to that one here. And then it's a little harder to walk back and say, I didn't actually do any of this.
The direct answer is only they know why they didn't. It's not uncommon for prosecutors not to have them give some type of allocution like that. It doesn't happen all that often. Prosecutors just want to make sure that somebody's freely and voluntarily giving up their rights and that they're going to go away. It doesn't help the media. It doesn't help the court of public opinion because we're all salivating to know details. But the prosecutors got what they wanted. He's guilty. They know what he did. Why he did it, they don't have to prove motive.
You are full of shit. Salivating to know what happened. Then let me see. What's your name? I'm going to FOIA your name, and I'm going to see if you're salivating for fucking information when I go ahead and blast it that you have made 0 public records requests, motherfucker. How about that? You ready for that? Little ass cleansing? Yeah. Touch your toes.
But it's never something that they have to prove. They probably doesn't help the media. Prosecutors just want to make sure that somebody's freely and voluntarily giving up their rights and that they're going to go away. It doesn't help the media. It doesn't help the court of public opinion because we're all salivating to know details. But the prosecutors got what they wanted. He's guilty. They know what he did. Why he did it, they don't have to prove. Motive is never something that they have to prove. They probably have their theories on why he did what he did.
What's this mofo's name? Nobody can say that they're salivating for information when this guy's an attorney and he hasn't filed 1 fucking public records request. He can salivate on these titties. Back up, Ashley. I know you're trying to get on my man.
Psychopath. I mean, what else do you need? And then what value would there be? I mean, how much truth would flow from his lips? And likely wouldn't. It's never something that they have to prove. They probably have their theories on why he did what he did. He's a sick psychopath. I mean, what
He's a sick psychopath. Oh my God. Dude. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? You guys, you would think mainstream media and lawyers have absolutely lost their minds. Since when the fuck are people talking like this? Okay? If people think I could potentially be a liability, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, bang my head. I wouldn't pay this guy a fucking cent. I wouldn't pay him $1. Actually, I'd probably pay him 10 and tell him to go fucking park the car. I'd be like, look at my valet, go park the car. What is going on? This guy is like...
What else do you need? And then what value would there be? I mean, how much truth would flow from his lips? And likely wouldn't that then insult the victims more or minimize what he did? Maybe that was their concern. I don't know.
Well, that's actually a really good point because, I talked to a lot of the...
And then this girl. That's a really good point.
victims' family members, and I have for the last 3.5 years. And That was all they wanted. They wanted the why. Why did you do this to us? Why did you pick Kaylee? Why did you pick these kids? And, whether he lied or not, at least you could get something out of this monster.
Yeah, if that really is a thing. Look, I don't want to, look, I've never gone through anything like that. It's my worst nightmare. And if that would have brought them some relief, albeit even for a second, then I wish they would have gotten that. But I wouldn't say that the prosecutors did anything nefarious or wrong by not getting it. They're sure they have their reasons, and most prosecutors don't ever have the defendants lay out their thought process.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, Mark, because you're the lawyer. I just, do this every so often. I ask people like you the questions. But it seemed to me from his chicken scratch motion, and it literally is him just scratching out in his prison cell, his motion on toilet paper for all I know. He seems to say there's lots of discovery that came in that was kept secret from me. And I'm assuming he's saying because my attorneys didn't share it with me, even though they got it from the prosecutors. And is that the basis for his argument that so it's ineffective assistance of counsel? Because he never uttered the words ineffective assistance of counsel.
Correct, but that's what he's going to be arguing, and that's kind of what the court, how the court will take it. Look, there are cases in our history where, for whatever reason, defense lawyers have, it's rare, but they have threatened their clients. They have hidden from them evidence. Maybe there's some agenda. Maybe some defense lawyer was close with the victim's family. Maybe they were paid off. Who knows, right? So we don't want that to happen. And so there is case law, and that protects defendants under those circumstances. If that were to ever happen, no matter how guilty someone is, they would have been robbed of effective assistance of counsel. The Sixth Amendment would have been violated, and they should have their plea set aside. So what Kohberger is doing is he's jumping onto those cases. He's looking at the language where the courts have reversed prior convictions, prior pleas, and he's trying to use that language to analogize his case to those cases. And you just can't plausibly analogize those cases. You're not going to get a defense lawyer who's going to say, you know what, he's right. I just wish it didn't come to light. I just threatened him. I was sick of him. I just wanted him out, and I lied, and I hid evidence, and he's innocent. That's right. I agree. He's innocent. It's just not going to happen. It's Michigas.
Michigas. You're right. Who wants to fall on the sword for the person they spent?
And Taylor said he was innocent, you fucking idiots. Like, they're missing every point. They don't even, Ashley, I don't know if sometimes I wonder, like, do you know the case and you just have to act like, because I can't mention that. These defense attorneys said he was innocent, said that they believe he's actually innocent. That's what they used. And then he's saying that they came to him with all this shit and saying that we can't do this and da-da-da. And what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Oh my God. Have you read any of these expert reports? Holy shit. This is absolutely mind-blowing. God, do these people just lie like this? Every day, like everything that they do is just a lie. How the fuck do you all hang out with lawyers? They lie about everything. It's insane. And I just can't even, how does somebody fuck a lawyer? Jesus Christ. Can you imagine that? Hey, are you single? Sure. Oh, fuck, okay. Dude. Fuck. This is like a head game when you're having sex every day. What's going on?
3 years trying to save. However, I have seen it happen before. In the Cynthia Summer case in California, her attorney did fall on the sword for her. And thank God he did, because he didn't bring in evidence to show that some women would mourn differently than others. And her partying shouldn't have been an example of her being guilty of killing her husband. And in the subsequent trial, she was, there wasn't a subsequent trial because they found evidence that the testing of her husband's samples had all been wrong. And so in that respect, it worked. But it is rare, isn't it, that an attorney's going to come into court and say, yeah, he's right, I suck.
Yes, and it would happen more frequently in the scenario that you gave, where an attorney is rushed, he has so many other cases, he didn't follow up on leads, maybe thought it wouldn't lead to anything, and then in retrospect, oh my goodness, I screwed up. I just didn't get an expert on that, I didn't follow up on this, there was a busload of nuns that might have saw him in a different place, I screwed up. That happens. And I don't think that it's that rare that an attorney would at least consider taking a witness stand in favor of a former client and admit that they're wrong and they screwed up. This is different. He took a
What? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Did I hear a bus full of nuns? What the fuck are you talking about?
Wrong. And so in that respect, it worked. But it is rare, isn't it, that an attorney's going to come into court and say, yeah, he's right, I suck.
Yes, and it would happen more frequently in the scenario that you gave, where an attorney is rushed, he has so many other cases, he didn't follow up on leads, maybe thought it wouldn't lead to anything, and then in retrospect, oh my goodness, I screwed up. I just didn't get an expert on that, I didn't follow up on this, there was a busload of nuns that might have saw him in a different place, I screwed up. That happens. And I don't think that it's that rare that an attorney would at least consider taking a witness stand in favor of a former client and admit that they're wrong and they screwed up. This is different. He took a plea based upon evidence that we all saw, we heard, we know that it was proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And
We all saw evidence. What are you? What evidence? Look at these two. Look at these two. Look at these two motherfuckers. I don't know what's going on here, but they're convincing themselves. What are they talking about? This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. What evidence have we seen? There was no trial. Everything was sealed. I'm fucking dead. Oh, breathe. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Oh shit. Oh my god. Fuck. Holy shit, I'm crying. Look at Ashley's face. I'm gonna pee my pants. I'm gonna fucking pee my pants. I gotta go. Oh shit. Oh my god. I just can't look at her face. Sorry. I'm sorry, Anise. I'm sorry, and I think of Epstein from behind. And I just can't focus. Dear Lord. Okay. Whew.
And he himself, a very sharp guy, not mentally retarded, not low IQ, but someone who's extremely bright, answered the court's questions knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily and freely and said, yeah, I am guilty. This is in my best interest. This is what I want. So I find it very hard to believe that anyone's going to disturb.
Did he just say mentally retarded?
Consider taking a witness stand in favor of a former client and admit that they're wrong and they screwed up. This is different. He took a plea based upon evidence that we all saw, we heard, we know that it was proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And he himself, a very
beyond a reasonable doubt. What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell is going on? Beyond a reasonable doubt? Who? What the fuck? Tina? I can't. Ashley, you are a joke. This cannot be real life.
sharp guy, not different. He took a plea based upon evidence that we all saw, we heard, we know that it was proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And he himself, a very sharp guy, not mentally retarded, not low IQ, but someone who's extremely bright, answered the court's questions knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily and freely and said, yeah, I am guilty. This is in my best interest. This is what I want. So I find it very hard to believe that anyone's going to disturb his conviction. And by the way, if it was that easy to disturb these convictions and just set it aside, the system would shut down, right? Witnesses die. Oh, now it's time to set aside my plea. I know they're dead. The lead detective was indicted. I know now I can win the case, right? It's not like canceling like a hair appointment or a magazine subscription. You know, it's not like that. It should be more difficult.
And to that end.
Oh, they believe, they eat their own farts. They eat their own shit. They are just diarrhea. These two together is a fucking barfarama. Okay, have you ever seen the movie Stand By Me? Barfarama, right here. Unbelievable. Oh my God. I wonder if she called him up and was like, Mark, let's get raunchy tonight, okay? We're gonna do a fucking live. I'm gonna chop it up. I'm gonna have my girl like edit it a little bit, but let's get raunchy. And then come over for dinner, okay?
Just in terms of, process, clearly this has been filed. What happens now? Who reads it? And does somebody rubber stamp it and say, you're not even going to come into a courtroom? We don't even care to see your face. Or does he have to come into a courtroom? Do we have to see his face?
Again, it's up to the judge. I don't know what the judge is going to do to it or with it. In the best case scenario, Kohberger can hope and pray for something that would be your nightmare, and that is an evidentiary hearing. like where they call witnesses and the defense lawyers raise their right hand, swear to tell the truth, and say, he's lying, I did everything I could. The judge may just on the face of it just say, it's not sufficient and I'm denying it.
Because, in this chicken scratch toilet paper motion, he didn't suggest what this new, exculpatory evidence that was suppressed or what, was hidden discovery was. He never mentioned it. Is that just because, you're filing this,
He ain't got it.
Yeah, well,
Okay, now I know they're fucking all high. Look at your face. OMG. He fucking talks about the goddamn hair. I just can't. Like, who the fuck goes on these people's channels? Like, hey, it's clown hour, let's go. And then I swear they're buying fucking views. They're buying subscribers. I'm just gonna start buying subs. Fuck it. I mean, this is wild. This is unbelievable. What are we watching? What are they? What is the evidence? Oh, God.
that's what I did. Is that just because, you're filing this,
He ain't got it.
Yeah, well, that's
He
what
ain't
I
got
in this chicken scratch toilet paper motion, he didn't suggest what this new, exculpatory evidence that was suppressed or what, was hidden discovery was. He never mentioned it. Is that just because, you're filing this,
He ain't got it.
Yeah, well, that's
He
what
ain't
I
got
think.
it.
That's
Give
what
me
I
option
think.
A. There's only one thing. He ain't got it.
Yeah.
Who else did this? Really? Well, and by the way, you keep saying chicken scratch toilet paper.
Who else did this? Well, I don't know. According to the fucking police, a lot of people, according to the FBI, more than one.
I don't know that it has any less merit merely because it's on asswipe, if we're allowed to say that. You should
Well,
be
he
reading.
himself is an asswipe, which is why I don't like to speak with, positive terms about that monster.
Right, but again, what it's written on and how it's written doesn't dictate to me whether it has merit or not. I don't know that he has access to a computer. That may be the only thing he can write it on.
Asswipe? What is going on? You guys, am I getting punked? Is this real? This cannot be real.
Well, and by the way, you keep saying chicken scratch toilet paper. I don't know that it has any less merit merely because it's on asswipe, if we're allowed to say that. You should be reading.
He himself is an asswipe, which is why I don't like to speak with, positive terms about that monster.
Right, but again, what it's written on and how it's written doesn't dictate to me whether it has merit or not. I don't know that he has access to a computer. That may be the only thing he can write it on. I'm looking at what he wrote, and it's crap.
Yeah. And it belongs on crap paper. So because that was my question. I don't know if the first step is just to get in the door and then you withhold details for later, especially if you're an attention-seeking prick. And he is, without question, one of the most egotistical, other than Dennis Rader, whose ego knew no bounds in the courtroom during his allocution. You can just tell the way he writes it, how much of a bloviator he is. And so I wondered if he was just trying to span the process out to get more visits and, free bologna lunches in a different facility.
There's no question. He wrote this because it benefits him. We don't know all the ways it benefits him. He does. We can speculate. I'll tell you this, Ashley, in the last 15 days, how often did you and I publicly ever talk about Kohberger? And then here we are. In a couple hours, I'll be talking with Chris Cuomo about Kohberger. Tomorrow, I think I'm talking about Kohberger. There, I said his name 3 times. He made that happen with toilet paper and whatever he's writing on. So, writing with. So of course, he knows he's going to use his his, I don't want to call it celebrity, but infamy to get attention as he's sitting in a room all day. I don't know why nobody expected that. I did. That's what they do.
Utter boredom. And it's only a year. And for a young guy like him, he's probably got a 70-year sentence. So this is just year 1. And so in a weird way.
She thinks he's living to be 100. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Like, oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God. Like, what the fuck am I watching? What is this? Holy shit.
I almost delight knowing how desperate he is and how much he hates it in there.
There you go.
Because he's at year 1. You got a long marathon.
Everything's a reaction, right? People do things like nobody cuts you off in traffic and does it to you. It happens. Now, your reaction to them dictates how you're going to feel. Either it's, well, maybe his wife's water broke and he's rushing to the hospital.
I fucking told you he was an ambulance chasing motherfucking personal injury motherfucking lawyer. I told you. Right there. Nobody cut you off. Look at God, Lena. You fucking called that. Look at Ashley. Scream it, baby. Look at his face. I'm sorry.
Hates it in there.
There you go.
Because he's at year one. You got a long marathon.
Everything's a reaction, right? People do things like nobody cuts you off in traffic and does it to you. It happens. Now, your reaction to them dictates how you're going to feel. Either it's, well, maybe his wife's water broke and he's rushing to the hospital, or he's just a complete a-hole. Whatever the reason is, it's your reaction that dictates how you're going to feel. So the families and everybody can get riled up and get really upset, and then Kohberger wins again. He victimizes more people over and over again if the reaction is, oh my God. If it's, well, Kohberger is writing crap and it's going to be treated like that and there's no concern, he will stay where he's going to stay for the rest of his life, then people won't then be upset about it or shouldn't be upset about it.
Yeah, bored little bloviator. But I am so interested in the language, and you've mentioned it a couple times already, and that is that there was an intelligent piece in his plea, that you intelligently are making this decision. Yeah. And there's intelligence and then there's intelligence. Some people who are in court and didn't make it past 6th grade. This fella was in a PhD program. Does that come into play when the judge looks at this chicken scratch on the toilet paper? Does the judge say, no, you were very intelligent. I don't even want to hear the rest of this?
Yes, however, people with no education are intelligent for purposes of accepting the plea. That's it. And I always chuckle under my breath when a judge says, I'm finding that you made an alert and intelligent decision. Like the first time most of these people are ever hearing that they're intelligent is when they're taking a plea and going bye-bye. Okay. But that said, they just have to be informed that they're waiving certain cherished rights, including but not limited to their right to go to trial, confront the witnesses against them, testify on their own behalf, appeal to a higher court if they were to lose, anybody threaten you, force you, coerce you to give up your rights, you do so freely and voluntarily, have you had enough time to talk to your attorney, are you satisfied with your attorney, if you take this plea it could be deporting you, blah, blah, all the standard language in every damn plea, and if the person is answering, yes, I understand, I'm not on any medication that affects my ability to understand, I know mental illness, I understand what you're saying, Judge, then you're alert and intelligent for taking a plea. If you have a PhD, well, boy, you're way over the top than most people. You know?
Right, and that's where I love that you gave me that schooling on intelligent. It just means you're here and you can understand what's happening right in front of you at this moment. Yeah. But again, he is a next level because he was a PhD student in this science that we're discussing, like in the genre of criminology. And so I wonder if the judge would even be more pissed off about the fact that this guy is saying, I wasn't treated fairly, I was cheated, when he would have known more than the average guy to look at everything.
I hope the judge isn't pissed off. I don't think that an effective judge that I admire gets pissed off. I think judges are routinely bombarded with motions from prisoners, the same way I'm bombarded every week with letters from prisoners telling me that they're innocent and they want me to go champion their efforts, right? And who knows whether any of them are accurate and whether they really are innocent or not, but that's what they do back there. And when they don't do it on their own, they've got jailhouse lawyers who will help them. That's what they do all day long, You don't catch anything unless you go fishing. So back to the judge, I'm hoping the judge
You don't catch anything unless you go fishing, motherfucker. Daddy gun taught you right. Get them ambulances going, baby. Get them hoes going.
Judge gives this the same energy and dismissive kind of thought process that most judges do. Okay, here's some guy who's writing something. It's meritless. I'm dismissing it. Thank you. That's it.
So what you're saying is that it is possible that we don't have to see his ugly face in a courtroom, but maybe improbable because this one is so high profile. Every T is crossed, every I is dotted, and they just don't want any signs of impropriety. Do you expect we're going to see him walk into a courtroom again?
I just don't know. I don't know. I've got to look. As soon as I get off this podcast, I'm going to go research this judge and how this judge handles things. I'm not in the minutia. If you ask me about South Florida judges, I'd have a better idea.
You're gonna wait. Let me get this straight. You did a podcast with Ashley, but you're not going to research anything. I'm going to research it after I do a podcast with Ashley, but before I go on Chris Como. Ashley, this is what he thinks about you.
I just don't know what this judge is going to do with it. Just think about it, though. If every single person who took a plea, and with the understanding that 10 years down the road, 15, 20 years, some of these cases are impossible to prove. Witnesses die off, their memories fade. So if it was that easy to just write a motion and have some relief, then the system would shut down. It wouldn't work. If similarly, they would have hearings every time.
You know what's crazy is that, and we're going to stop here. I'm done. They are acting like this is just some random ass case. Okay. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't some dude that just wrote you up out of prison, okay? Because he has some jailhouse lawyer and told him to hit you up type of thing. These people are absolutely wild. And to think that, like, they're not getting it, like, why are they talking about Bryan Kohberger here? What they need to be talking about is the process, is our rights. Like, what are you doing? What the hell are you guys doing? This is why I think if everybody for an entire year boycotted lawyers and did everything themselves, let's see what happens. Don't use a lawyer. Like, let's run these lawyers out of town. Start petitioning lawyers. And do not use one. Do everything pro se. Like, what will happen? I'm just, this is crazy to me. Like, this is a due process issue. This is our, this is about our rights. If you think what happened during the pendency of this case, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Unbelievable. And it gives me such great pleasure to see this shit. Talk about a fucking crash out, man. Peace out, motherfuckers. Oh, man. Wow. It's such a great day to be all about truth and transparency. Not all about narratives and, you know, talking shit and fucking wilding out. This is wild. See you guys on the flip side. We'll be back tomorrow. Wild. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, moderators. Again, this was 4 hours and 30 minutes. Shit. Maybe after all, we're going to hear from Molly. You know, Kate says gifted 20 Truth and Transparency memberships. Thank you so much, Kate. Now I might have to hold off on my fucking billboard. I'm not too happy about that. I don't want it to be seen as being, you know, threatening or like harassing, rather. Molly, you're going to get your fucking day, baby. Molly, you might get your day, girl. We know she's furious because the narrative she was paid to push is falling apart. Yeah. Well, when I'm getting told that I can't go on, I could potentially not go on people's channels, or they can't come on mine because they have to get it approved on who they go on, that tells you everything that you need to know. Like, all these people have to get their people approved. Why? If I was black, I probably wouldn't be getting that as a response. But I'm a white bitch. And the reason I say that is because they'd be too scared to say that to a black girl. Like, why? Yeah. Because I play the race card on your ass. You got screenshots of their faces they making all the mainstream media outlets. You guys, those faces were crazy. Oh, shit. All right, guys. Again, thanks so much, the moderators. All opinions welcome. It's just when the attacking of people in chat, calling people names, like you can address people and say, like, I disagree with you. Yeah, we don't need to be calling people names. That's when you get asked to be, you know, exit stage left. Okay. Do you guys know how hard it is to settle down after you do a live? I can't just like, done, off to bed. It's like, I have to like have like a come down. Just a wind down. Whew. What should I wind down to tonight? I'll listen to Dateline. You know what you guys need to listen to? Go listen to, if you type in, it was in Cincinnati. It's called a, there was a bathtub murder. Well, they said that he killed his wife, but do a dry bathtub drowning. Cincinnati, they had like 2 or 3 trials. I want you to come back, and I want you guys to tell me what you guys think about that case. If anybody is in chat and knows the name, I mean, as soon as I start messing around, I'll come up with the name, but damn. I'll post it on my channel in the comment section of like my posts. I'll Google it. I'll find it. It's a, oh God, what's his name? I'll look really quick. Hold on. Ryan Widmer. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Ryan Widmer. That's it. Did I click on the right one? Ryan Widmer. So like this. Okay. Now, homework for tonight. Google this name. Okay. And tell me what you guys think about this case. I'm just curious. Okay? Okay. See you tomorrow. Back at it. Come on, let's be honest. Do we think that they bang right here? You think those two have ever done it? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comment section. Peace out.